fall asleep to the hilarious history of Oregon, the eternal dampness, regret, and explosions. By Mark Twain. Copyright 2026. James Henderson. Chapter 1. A History, written in Puddles. The eternal dampness and the audacity of dry land. To understand Oregon, one must first come to terms with the fact that the state is not so much a land mass as it is a geological sponge that has forgotten how to be wrung out. It is a territory where the sky and the earth have been engaged in a long-standing moisture-based litigation for several millennia, and the sky is clearly winning by a landslide, both legally and literally. In the grand, dusty volumes of human history, most civilizations were founded near water for the sake of survival. Oregon, however, was founded in water for the sake of sheer, stubborn confusion. Most historians, men who typically write from the safety of dry, desert-adjacent universities, will tell you that Oregon was settled. This is a polite fiction. You do not settle Oregon, you merely reach a state of equilibrium with the mold. The pioneers did not conquer the wilderness so much as they were eventually assimilated by the moss. I have seen trees in the Willamette Valley that appeared to be wearing heavy Victorian-era fur coats, only to realize upon closer inspection that the tree had died during the Polk administration and was currently being held upright by the sheer structural integrity of the lichen. The very air in Oregon has a physical weight to it. It is a heavy air, a sort of atmospheric soup that requires a person to breathe with purpose and perhaps a set of gills. In other parts of the world, like Texas, the air tries to cook you like a brisket. In Florida, it tries to drown you in your own shirt via humidity. But in Oregon, the air is more subtle, more passive-aggressive. It doesn't attack you, it simply moves in. It sits in your lungs, it colonizes your hair, and it whispers to your joints that movement is overrated and dryness is a bourgeois affectation. The meteorology of despair. Now, the Oregonian sky is a fascinating study in the color gray. To the untrained eye, gray is a singular, boring hue. To the Oregonian, gray is a spectrum as vast and varied as the colors of a tropical reef. There is high noon charcoal, early morning pewter, late autumn slate, and the ever-popular I haven't seen the sun since the inauguration silver. The rain itself is not merely rain. In Oregon, the precipitation has layers, like a poorly made onion. You have the mist, which is essentially the sky trying to breathe on you. You have the mizzle, a combination of mist and drizzle that is specifically designed to bypass the structural defenses of a raincoat. Then there is the Oregon rain, which is a steady, relentless drip that doesn't so much fall as it does permeate. It is a rain that understands physics. It knows how to travel horizontally, vertically, and occasionally upwards, just to ensure that your socks are damp, even if you are standing under a porch. I have often thought that the pioneers who traveled the Oregon Trail were victims of a grand national practical joke. They spent months crossing the plains, dodging buffalo and dysentery, all under a blistering sun that threatened to turn them into human jerky. They climbed the Rockies and the Blue Mountains, dreaming of a lush paradise, and then they crested the final hill, looked down into the valley, and realized they had traded the great American desert for the great American humidity tank. They stayed, of course, not because they liked it, but because their wagons had sunk 3 feet into the mud, and they were simply too exhausted to dig them out. They looked at the towering Douglas firs, trees so tall they seemed to be holding up the clouds, and decided that if they couldn't be dry, they could at least be heavily invested in the timber industry. The geography of the Great Puddle, the geography of Oregon, is a bit of a cosmic joke played by a mountain range with a grudge. You have the Coast Range, which serves as a sort of puddle-collecting rampart, catching the Pacific moisture and holding it captive. Then you have the Cascades, which are essentially a row of giant frozen traffic cones designed to keep the rain from bothering the people in Idaho. This creates a fascinating psychological divide. On the west side of the mountains, you have people who have evolved webbed feet and a profound emotional attachment to the smell of wet pavement. On the east side, you have a vast high desert where the sun actually shines, but nobody lives there because there isn't enough water to grow a decent blackberry bush, which, in Oregon, is the primary indicator of a functioning society. If a piece of land cannot support a thorny, invasive vine that produces fruit and ruins your tires, the Oregonian considers it uninhabitable. Portland, the crown jewel of this damp empire, was famously named by the flip of a single copper coin. One man, Francis Pettygrove, wanted to name it Portland after his home in Maine. The other, Asa Lovejoy, wanted to name it Boston. Pettygrove won. I personally find it a tragedy that they didn't have a third option like Soggy Bottom or the Great Puddle or perhaps Mildew on the Willamette, which would have been far more descriptive for the potential home buyer. Early Portland was known as Stumptown, not because of some noble devotion to the lumber trade, but because the settlers were so eager to build houses that they chopped down the trees and left the stumps in the middle of the roads. During the rainy season, which in the 1840s lasted from approximately September to the following August, these stumps served as the only dry spots in a sea of mud. A man could theoretically traverse the city by hopping from stump to stump like a very somber, very bearded frog. If he slipped, he was lost to the earth, only to be discovered centuries later as a well-preserved peat mummy with a very nice hat. The philosophy of the umbrella. It is a well-documented fact that a true Oregonian does not carry an umbrella. To carry an umbrella in Oregon is to admit a fundamental lack of character. It is a signal to the heavens that you are a foreigner, a tourist, or perhaps a Californian who has lost his way. An umbrella is an act of defiance against the natural order. It says, "I refuse to be part of the puddle." The Oregonian, however, embraces the puddle. He wears a flannel shirt that has been passed down through 3 generations and has reached a state of permanent dampness that no dryer can ever truly cure. He wears boots that weigh 6 pounds each due to the accumulated mud of the previous decade. He walks through a downpour with the casual indifference of a trout, his hair plastered to his forehead, and he will look you in the eye and say, "It's actually quite a nice day. Barely a mist, really." This is the Oregon spirit. It is a spirit of quiet, damp endurance. It is the understanding that while the sun is a pleasant acquaintance, the rain is a loyal, if somewhat overbearing, spouse. The history of this state is built on that relationship. It is the history of men and women who looked at a wall of gray and decided to build a civilization anyway, mostly because they were too wet to move anywhere else. The enduring legacy of the drip. As we prepare to drift off into the gentle, rhythmic patter of an Oregonian night, we must acknowledge the sheer, unadulterated snark of the landscape itself. Oregon is a place that promises you a majestic vista and then provides you with a view of a cloud that looks remarkably like a wet sheep. It is a land that offers you bountiful harvests, but fails to mention that those harvests will consist primarily of things that like to live under rocks or inside rotting logs. There is a peace here, though, a heavy, waterlogged peace, in a world that is always on fire, always rushing, and always screaming for attention. Oregon just drips. It is a slow, steady, unflappable existence. It is the sound of a cedar tree slowly turning into soil. It is the smell of wet pavement and Douglas fir needles. It is the sound of a historian, tired of his own voice, finally realizing that the rain is the only true narrator of this story. So, as you tuck your chin into your blanket, hopefully a dry one, though if you're in Oregon, I wouldn't bet on it, imagine yourself in a small cabin on the edge of the Nehalem River. The roof is leaking just enough to provide a metronome for your thoughts. The fog is pressing against the window like a curious ghost. You are safe. You are dry for now, and you are part of a history that doesn't need to shout to be heard. It just needs to wait for the next rain shower. Oregon history is not a sprint. It is a long, slow wade through a very beautiful marsh. And as the dampness settles into the marrow of this narrative, we shall leave the explorers to their soggy maps and the pioneers to their muddy boots. The sun may not come out tomorrow, but in Oregon, that's exactly how we like it. Sleep now, under the weight of 1,000 gray clouds. The moss is growing, the river is rising, and the history of Oregon is just getting started, one puddle at a time. Good night, and may your dreams be slightly drier than the reality of the Willamette Valley in February. Chapter 2. Lewis, Clark, and the Great Search for a Dry Towel. In the year 1805, two gentlemen by the names of Meriwether Lewis and William Clark arrived at the mouth of the Columbia River, having successfully navigated a continent that hadn't asked to be navigated in the first place. They were the leaders of the Corps of Discovery, a title that suggests they were looking for something lost, when in reality they were looking for a shortcut to the Orient and found instead a great deal of scenery and several thousand miles of inconvenience. Upon reaching the Pacific, William Clark famously scribbled in his journal, with a spelling style that can only be described as enthusiastically phonetic, the words, "Ocean in view, oh, the joy." It is a touching sentiment, though one suspects the joy was less about the majesty of the Pacific and more about the realization that they had finally run out of land to walk on. When a man has spent 18 months walking from St. Louis to the edge of the world, joy is often just another word for, I am not moving another inch until someone brings me a chair. However, the Pacific Northwest had a welcoming committee prepared for them, and that committee consisted entirely of a relentless, soul-crushing downpour that lasted for the better part of 4 months. They had reached the promised land only to discover that the promise included a 100% chance of mildew. Fort Clatsop, the humidity containment unit. Finding themselves at the end of the map and thoroughly soaked to the marrow, the Corps decided to build a winter quarters. They called it Fort Clatsop, named after the local Clatsop Indians who had been living there for centuries without the need for a formal military installation or a government grant. Fort Clatsop was essentially a collection of logs that had been persuaded through great effort and many colorful adjectives to stand in a rectangle. It was not so much a fortress as it was a communal rot chamber. To read the journals of Lewis and Clark during that winter is to read a tragicomedy of domestic despair. They didn't write about the glory of empire or the destiny of the republic. They wrote about how their hats were falling apart and how the elk meat was beginning to taste like a damp wool blanket. The construction of the fort was a race against the elements, and the elements won by a landslide. Every time they notched a log, the rain filled the notch. Every time they laid a floorboard, the mud claimed it as its own. By the time the roof was on, the bottom logs were already considering a career in peat moss. It was a dwelling designed for men who had given up on the concept of dryness and were now merely hoping for slightly less wet than a riverbed. The culinary monotony of the elk. Now, we must discuss the diet of the Corps of Discovery during their Oregon residency. In the history books, Lewis and Clark are portrayed as rugged frontiersmen, living off the bounty of the land. In reality, they were men who were being slowly turned into elk. During their stay at Fort Clatsop, the Corps consumed no fewer than 131 elk. If there is a heaven for hoofed mammals, the Oregon branch of that establishment was very crowded in the spring of 1806. They ate elk for breakfast, they ate elk for lunch, they ate elk for dinner. They ate boiled elk, roasted elk, and when they were feeling particularly festive, elk that had been smoked over a fire made of wet wood, which added a delightful note of creosote and disappointment to the flavor profile. The problem with elk meat, as Meriwether Lewis noted with his usual dour precision, is that it is remarkably lean. In the winter, an elk is basically a collection of muscles held together by a thin layer of hope. To survive in the cold, the human body craves fat, and the Oregon elk of 1805 were as fatless as a marathon runner's shadow. The men were eating 10 pounds of meat a day and still felt like they were starving. They were the first recorded humans to experience protein poisoning while standing in a literal larder of venison. They began to dream of dogs, specifically the dogs of the local tribes, which were better marbled. When a national hero starts looking at a golden retriever and seeing a succulent roast, you know the Oregon winter has gone on entirely too long. The great salt works, boiling the ocean for flavor. As if the lack of fat wasn't enough, the Corps ran out of salt. Now, a man can endure a great deal of hardship if his food is seasoned, but to eat unseasoned, lean elk in a dark, dripping hut is a trial that would make a saint take up swearing. To remedy this, they dispatched a small team to the coast, what is now Seaside, Oregon, to set up a salt-making camp. Their mission was to boil the Pacific Ocean until it gave up its mineral secrets. This is a task of Herculean boredom. You take a large kettle of seawater, put it over a fire of wet logs, and wait for the laws of evaporation to do their work. Given the humidity in Oregon, evaporation is a process that occurs with the speed of a tectonic plate. For weeks, these men sat on the beach, fed the fires, and stared at the gray horizon, all to produce a few bushels of salt so that Meriwether Lewis wouldn't have to suffer the indignity of a bland steak. It is perhaps the most Oregonian endeavor in history, working remarkably hard in terrible weather to produce something that you could have bought for a nickel in St. Louis if you just remembered to pack it. The Neighbors, a lesson in proper rain gear. While the Corps was busy rotting and boiling the ocean, they were being observed by the local Clatsop and Chinook peoples. These were individuals who looked at the Discovery team with a mixture of amusement and profound pity. The locals had spent generations perfecting the art of living in a puddle. They wore hats woven from cedar bark that were so tight they could hold water or keep it out, and capes that shed rain like a duck's back. The explorers, meanwhile, were dressed in buckskins. Now, buckskin is a wonderful material in the dry heat of the Great Plains, but in a temperate rainforest, buckskin behaves like a giant, thirsty sponge. It absorbs the rain, it stretches, it becomes heavy, and then, in the rare moments when it dries, it shrinks and turns into something with the flexibility of a suit of armor made of dried pasta. The journals mention that the men's clothes were literally rotting off their bodies. They were a sight to behold, the cream of the American military, the vanguard of Western civilization, standing in the mud in rags of decomposing deer hide, while the locals paddled by in perfectly dry, stylish cedar bark ensembles, probably wondering when the civilized men were going to figure out how to use a tree properly. The triumphant escape. By March of 1806, Lewis and Clark had reached their limit. The rain hadn't stopped. The elk were getting stringier, and the flea population in the fort had reached a level of organization that suggested they were planning their own expedition. They didn't wait for the weather to clear. They knew better. They packed up their rotting journals, their salt, and their remaining dignity, and they began the journey back east. They left behind Fort Clatsop, gifting it to the local chief, who likely looked at the leaky, flea-infested cabins and wondered what he had done to deserve such a burden. When Lewis and Clark finally returned to civilization, they were hailed as heroes. They brought back maps, specimens of plants, and stories of the vast potential of the Northwest. But if you read between the lines of their reports to President Jefferson, the message was clear. It is a magnificent land, Mr. President, and we highly recommend you send someone else to live there. Closing thoughts for the sleepy listener. So, as the rain continues to tap against your own window, or as you imagine it doing so in that grand Oregonian tradition, take comfort in the fact that you are not Meriwether Lewis. You're not wearing a rotting deerskin shirt. You're not eating your 131st consecutive meal of lean elk. The history of Oregon began with a very long, very damp winter, endured by men who were too stubborn to quit and too wet to start a fire. They paved the way for all the Puddles to come. The ocean is still there, the mist is still falling, and the salt is still in the sea. Let the rhythm of the boiling salt kettles and the steady drip, drip, drip of the Fort Clatsop eaves lead you into a deep, dreamless slumber. You are safe. You are dry. And unlike William Clark, you don't even have to figure out how to spell ocean before morning. Good night, and may your dreams be free of fleas and unseasoned venison. Chapter 3. The Oregon Trail, a Masterclass in Dysentery and Regret. If there is one thing that defines the American spirit, it is our historical obsession with moving toward the setting sun until we either find a fortune or run out of breathable oxygen. In the mid-19th century, this obsession took the form of the Oregon Trail, a 2,000-mile-long pyramid scheme of hope, dust, and questionable livestock choices. The trail was not so much a road as it was a series of deep ruts carved into the earth by the collective weight of thousands of people who had decided that living in a house with a solid foundation was simply too boring. It began in places like Independence, Missouri, a town named with a level of irony that would make a Greek tragic poet blush, because independence was exactly what you gave up the moment you hitched a team of temperamental oxen to a wooden box on wheels and pointed it toward the horizon. The prairie schooner, a glorified garden cart. To understand the sheer audacity of the Oregon Trail, one must examine the vehicle of choice, the prairie schooner. Now, the word schooner suggests a graceful vessel gliding across the waves. In reality, an Oregon Trail wagon was a lumbering, unsprung crate that rode with the elegance of a falling piano. It was built of seasoned hardwood, covered in canvas that had been waterproofed with linseed oil, which smelled like a fish market in a heat wave and possessed the suspension of a brick dropped onto a sidewalk. The marketing materials of the day, those glossy 19th century pamphlets written by men who had never left their parlors in St. Louis, promised that the trip would be a grand promenade through the Garden of the West. They neglected to mention that the garden was primarily composed of sagebrush, rattlesnakes, and a dirt so fine it could penetrate a sealed jar of preserves. A family would pack their entire existence into this cart: heirlooms, cast iron stoves, grand pianos, and enough flour to bake a cake for the entire continent. Within the first 200 miles, however, the trail became a 2,000-mile-long yard sale. The landscape was littered with the discarded dreams of the pioneers. You could track a wagon train's progress by the trail of mahogany dressers and heavy mirrors left in the wake of oxen who had looked at their owners with a gaze that clearly said, "It's the piano, or me, Jedediah, and I have the horns." The menu, a culinary descent into madness. We must pause to discuss the diet of the immigrant. If you enjoy the flavor of bacon, you might think the Oregon Trail sounds like a gastronomic paradise. However, you must realize that this was not the crisp, artisanal bacon of a modern brunch. This was salt pork, a substance that had been cured with enough sodium to preserve a pharaoh, and was often stored in barrels that had seen better days. The standard daily menu was a rhythmic, soul-crushing cycle of bacon, flour, and water biscuits, known as hardtack, a substance that could survive a direct hit from a cannon, and coffee that was strong enough to peel the paint off a barn. There were no vegetables. There were no fruits. There was only the great triangle of scurvy: salt, starch, and caffeine. By the time a wagon train reached the midpoint, the pioneers were so deprived of vitamins that they began to look at the occasional patches of wild onions with the lustful gaze of a starving man looking at a 5-course banquet. They ate anything that didn't move faster than they did. It is a miracle of human biology that the entire population of the Pacific Northwest didn't arrive with their teeth falling out and their skin turned the color of an old lemon. The medical wonders of the 1840s. Now, being a man of some observation, I have noticed that the 19th century was not exactly the golden age of medical science. On the Oregon Trail, Medicine was largely a matter of creative guesswork and high-proof spirits. The most famous resident of the trail was, of course, Dysentery. It was the silent passenger in every wagon, a digestive mutiny that turned the journey into a desperate race between the next watering hole and the next bush. The pioneers, in their infinite wisdom, would drink from stagnant pools of water that had recently been visited by 1,000 head of cattle, and then wonder why their insides felt like they were being scrubbed with a wire brush. The doctors on the trail were often just men who happened to own a saw and a bottle of laudanum. If you had a fever, they gave you whiskey. If you had a broken leg, they gave you whiskey and then took your leg. If you were sad about your oxen dying, they gave you whiskey and told you to walk faster. It was a remarkably consistent health care plan, though it did tend to result in a lot of people wandering off into the desert in a state of high-spirited confusion. Then there was cholera, the great reaper of the plains. It moved faster than the wagons. A man could be perfectly healthy at breakfast and be in a shallow grave by dinner, having contributed his last earthly remains to the dust of Nebraska. The trail was lined with graves. Some say there is a body for every 80 yards of the 2,000-mile trek. It is the longest, thinnest cemetery in the world, a monument to the fact that humans will endure almost anything if they believe there's a free acre of land at the end of it. The noble ox, the unsung hero of regret. We must give credit where credit is due, to the ox. While horses were too temperamental and mules were too smart to be tricked into walking 2,000 miles, the ox was just stupid and stubborn enough to get the job done. An ox doesn't complain. It doesn't ask for much. It simply leans into the yoke and pulls until its heart stops, or it reaches the Willamette Valley, whichever comes first. The pioneers developed a complex language for communicating with their oxen, consisting primarily of loud cracks of a whip and words that would be censored in any respectable parlor. They spoke to their animals with more passion than they spoke to their spouses. By the time they reached the mountains, the bond between a man and his lead ox was a sacred, miserable thing, forged in the fires of mutual exhaustion and shared hatred for the state of Wyoming. The grand finale, the Columbia River or the Barlow Road. After 5 months of dust, death, and biscuits, the pioneers reached the final hurdle, the Cascades. Here they were faced with a choice that was essentially a coin flip between drowning and crushing. They could either put their wagons on rafts and attempt to float down the Columbia River, which at the time was a churning whitewater death trap of rapids and boulders, or they could take the Barlow Road, a path that involved winching wagons over mountainsides so steep they defied the laws of gravity. Many chose the river, watching as their life's possessions, the hand-carved clocks, the boxes of lace, the family Bibles, disappeared into the frothing maw of the Celilo Falls. Others chose the mountains, spending weeks dragging their exhausted oxen over ridges that were never meant to be crossed by anything without wings. And yet they made it. They spilled out into the Willamette Valley, looking like ghosts who had been dragged through a hedge backwards. They stood in the rain, that famous, relentless Oregon rain we discussed in Chapter 1, and they looked at the mud and the trees and the gray sky. They took a deep breath of the damp air, realized they didn't have to eat bacon for at least 12 hours, and concluded that it was all worth it. Closing thoughts for the weary traveler. As you lie there now, tucked safely into a bed that is not moving at 2 miles per hour over a rock-strewn prairie, let us reflect on the absurdity of the human condition. We are a species that will walk across a continent for the sake of a rumor of better soil. We will endure dysentery, dust, and the loss of our favorite mahogany dresser just to see what's on the other side of the hill. The Oregon Trail is a story of grit, yes, but it is also a story of spectacular, hilarious stubbornness. It is the sound of 1,000 wagon wheels creaking in unison, a chorus of "Are we there yet?" echoing across the plains of history. Listen to the wind outside. It isn't the wind of the Great Plains, and it isn't carrying the scent of salt pork. It's just the quiet, peaceful air of a world that has already been settled. The oxen are at rest. The wagons are in museums. The hardtack has finally softened. Close your eyes and imagine the trail stretching out behind you, a long, dusty ribbon of memories fading into the sunset. You don't have to walk anymore. You don't have to dodge the cholera. You just have to drift. Good night, and may your dreams be free of broken axles and unseasoned elk. Sleep well, pioneer. You've earned the rest. Chapter 4. The Beaver, a tragic tale of high fashion and furry pelts. If there is a patron saint of Oregon, it is not a courageous explorer or a visionary statesman, but a buck-toothed, flat-tailed rodent with a penchant for civil engineering and a profound lack of self-awareness regarding the value of its own skin. I speak, of course, of the beaver, Castor canadensis. The beaver is a peculiar creature. It spends its days building dams that no one asked for, creating wetlands that primarily serve as nurseries for mosquitoes, and chewing through trees with a persistence that would make a chainsaw jealous. In any rational world, the beaver would be left alone to live out its damp, industrious life in peace. But the 19th century was not a rational world. It was a world where a man's social standing was determined by the quality of the dead animal he wore on his head. The Great Hat Delusion. To understand the early history of Oregon, you must first understand the beaver hat. In the grand salons of London and Paris, it was decided, by whom nobody knows, that a gentleman was not truly a gentleman unless he was sporting a felted hat made from the underfur of a North American pond dweller. Now, if you were to walk into a modern boardroom wearing a wet rat on your head, you would be politely asked to leave or perhaps committed to an asylum. But in 1820, this was the pinnacle of sophistication. The process involved shaving the beaver, treating the fur with mercury, which, as a side effect, turned the hat makers mad, hence the phrase, and pressing it into a stiff, waterproof felt. The result was a hat that could withstand a British rainstorm and look impressively somber at a funeral, because every man in Europe suddenly felt the inexplicable urge to look like a dignified chimney sweep. The beaver was suddenly transformed from a common rodent into liquid gold with a tail. Oregon, being the primary residence for these unsuspecting creatures, became the target of the largest, hairiest gold rush in human history. The Hudson's Bay Company, here before Christ. Enter the Hudson's Bay Company, HBC, an organization so vast and ancient that many settlers joked the initials actually stood for Here Before Christ. The HBC was not so much a company as it was a sovereign nation with a corporate board. They held a monopoly on the fur trade that spanned millions of square miles, and they ruled Oregon with a velvet, or rather, a felted glove. The man in charge of this damp empire was Dr. John McLaughlin, a figure of such imposing height and flowing white hair that he was known as the White Eagle. McLaughlin was a physician by trade, which meant he was uniquely qualified to oversee a territory where everyone was either dying of a cold or being bitten by something. He ran Fort Vancouver with the discipline of a Victorian schoolmaster, ensuring that the beaver pelts kept flowing out and the tea remained hot. The HBC's strategy was simple and terrifying. The fur desert policy. George Simpson, the governor of the HBC, decided that the best way to keep the Americans from settling Oregon was to kill every single beaver south of the Columbia River. He figured that if there were no beavers, there would be no reason for a trapper to cross the mountains, and the Americans, being notoriously allergic to walking 2,000 miles for no profit, would simply stay in Missouri. It was a scorched earth policy, except instead of burning the earth, they just removed its upholstery. The Life of a Mountain Man, Romance versus Reality. History books like to paint the mountain man as a rugged, heroic figure, a man of the wilderness who spoke to the wind and wrestled grizzlies for sport. In reality, a mountain man was a person who hadn't bathed since the Jefferson administration, smelled primarily of old grease and despair, and spent most of his time trying to convince a trap to work in freezing water. The trapper's life was a cycle of misery. He would spend the winter in a mountain valley, eating his own boots if the hunting was bad, and the spring wading into icy streams to set traps. A beaver is not a stupid animal. It does not simply volunteer its pelt for the sake of European fashion. The trapper had to be more cunning than the rodent, which, given the amount of lead-tainted whiskey some of these men consumed, was a closer competition than you might think. The rendezvous was the highlight of the trapper's year. It was a giant, chaotic party, where trappers would meet with company agents to trade their pelts for supplies. And by supplies, I mean gunpowder, tobacco, and enough alcohol to fuel a steam engine. In a single weekend, a man could blow a year's worth of earnings on a few bottles of Taos Lightning and a new deck of cards. He would then wake up on Monday morning, hungover and broke, and head back into the woods to start the process all over again. It was the 19th century version of a payday loan, but with more grizzly bears. The beaver's anatomical misfortune. It is a cruel irony of nature that the beaver's most valuable asset was also its most ridiculous. Aside from the fur, there was castoreum, a yellowish secretion from the beaver's scent glands that was used in everything from perfumes to medicine. In the 1800s, people believed that castoreum could cure headaches, hysteria, and earaches. If you had a problem, the solution was apparently to apply beaver essence to it. This meant that the beaver wasn't just being hunted for his coat. He was being hunted for his drugstore capabilities. Imagine being a creature minding your own business, gnawing on a willow branch, and realizing that the entire civilized world thinks your internal secretions are the secret to a pleasant-smelling parlor. It is enough to make any rodent cynical. The great fashion pivot, a rodent salvation. Just as the beaver was on the verge of becoming a mythical creature, like the unicorn or a politician who keeps his promises, the unthinkable happened. Silk became trendy. In the 1840s, the fashionistas of London decided that beaver fur was out and silk was in. Suddenly, the demand for beaver pelts collapsed. The mountain men found themselves with bags of fur that no one wanted to buy, and the Hudson's Bay Company realized that their fur desert was now just a regular desert with fewer beavers. The beaver, for its part, didn't care about the intricacies of the textile market. It simply went back to doing what it does best: flooding people's basements and eating their decorative landscaping. The shift in fashion probably saved the species from extinction, proving that the only thing more powerful than human greed is human vanity. A bedtime reflection on industriousness. As you settle into your blankets, consider the beaver. It is an animal that works harder than any of us, and yet it never asks for promotion. It builds a home out of sticks and mud, stocks its pantry with bark, and settles in for a long, rainy winter, much like an Oregonian with a Costco membership. The beaver doesn't care about the British Empire. It doesn't care about the Silk Road. It doesn't even care that it's on the Oregon state flag, though it probably appreciates the recognition. It just wants to be left alone in a quiet pond where the water is still and the trees are tasty. The history of the Oregon fur trade is a story of man's desperate attempt to turn nature into a hat. It was a loud, bloody, and smelly era that ultimately ended because someone decided silk looked better in a mirror. It is a reminder that the world moves in strange cycles, and that today's must-have is tomorrow's why did we do that? Listen to the quiet around you. No traps are being set. No mountain men are yelling at their mules. The fur desert is long gone, and the beavers are back in their lodges, probably laughing at us for needing so many blankets to stay warm when they have a perfectly good coat of their own. Close your eyes. Imagine the slow, methodical thwack of a beaver's tail against the surface of a moonlit pond. It is the sound of a job well done. It is the sound of a creature that outlasted the empires that hunted it. Sleep now, in your own lodge. The dam is holding, the water is calm, and the only thing you have to worry about is whether you'll wake up with bedhead, a condition that, thankfully, no longer requires a mercury-treated hat to fix. Good night, and may your dreams be as industrious and damp-proof as a beaver's home. Chapter 5. The 54 Minutes, 40 Seconds. Bluff, a war that almost interrupted tea. In the middle of the 19th century, the United States and Great Britain were engaged in a peculiar sort of geopolitical marriage known as joint occupation. It was a legal arrangement that allowed both nations to inhabit the Oregon country simultaneously, much like two feuding neighbors might share a duplex, while both claiming they owned the entire foundation and the roof. Now, joint occupation is a term invented by diplomats to describe a situation where neither side is quite ready to start shooting, but both are very busy sharpening their knives behind their backs. For nearly 3 decades, the Americans and the British lived in a state of mutual, polite loathing. The British, represented by the Hudson's Bay Company, looked at Oregon and saw a magnificent source of fur coats. The Americans looked at Oregon and saw a magnificent place to put a fence and a cornfield. It was a classic confrontation: the nomadic beaver slayer versus the settled mud farmer. The campaign of the loudest number. The situation reached a fever pitch in 1844 during the presidential campaign of one James K. Polk. Polk was what political scientists call a dark horse, which is a polite way of saying that before the convention, most people couldn't have picked him out of a lineup of two. But Polk had a secret weapon, a slogan that sounded like a very aggressive math problem. 54, 40, or fight. To the average voter in 1844, 54 degrees 40 minutes wasn't just a coordinate of latitude, it was a holy mandate. It represented the northernmost tip of the Oregon country, somewhere up near the Russian border in what we now call Alaska. The American public, fueled by a cocktail of manifest destiny and a total lack of understanding regarding global geography, decided that if they didn't get every single inch of land up to that line, they would personally go over and give Queen Victoria a piece of their mind. It was a magnificent bit of political theater. Polk stood on platforms and bellowed about American rights, while the British press responded with the kind of dignified, icy disdain that only an empire with a 1,000-year-old navy can project. The British position was essentially, we have the ships, we have the guns, and we have a very clear map that says the border should be the Columbia River. Now, would you kindly stop shouting? It's making the tea go cold. The great global game of chicken. What followed was a grand international game of chicken, played out across the Atlantic via slow-moving sailing ships. Every time a message arrived from London or Washington, it was already 6 weeks out of date, which meant the two nations were essentially arguing with ghosts. Polk, having won the election on his platform of everything or violence, suddenly found himself in the awkward position of having to actually govern. He realized that while 54 degrees 40 minutes or fight looked great on a campaign poster, getting your head handed to you by the British Navy over a bunch of mossy pine trees was a significantly less popular policy. The British, for their part, were having their own internal crisis. They were beginning to realize that the beaver population in Oregon had been thoroughly decimated. See Chapter 4. And the cost of maintaining a military presence in a territory that was mostly rain and disgruntled farmers was starting to outweigh the profit of the occasional fur pelt. Lord Aberdeen, the British Foreign Secretary, was a man who preferred a quiet life and a well-ordered garden. He looked at the maps of Oregon and concluded that the territory wasn't worth a war, provided the Americans could be persuaded to stop acting like they had just discovered fire. The compromise, dividing the drip. In the end, as is usually the case in history, the shouting stopped when both sides realized they had better things to do. The United States was getting ready to pick a fight with Mexico, which promised a much sunnier climate and significantly more silver. Britain was worried about the price of grain and the fact that their Irish subjects were starving. In 1846, the two nations sat down and did what they should have done 30 years earlier. They took a ruler and drew a straight line across the map at the 49th parallel. This was a classic compromise. It gave the Americans the Willamette Valley and the Puget Sound, and it gave the British Vancouver Island and the Northern Wilderness. It was a sensible, boring, and thoroughly anticlimactic end to a decade of warmongering. The slogan, 49 degrees and a reasonable handshake, just didn't have the same ring to it. So the politicians simply stopped talking about 54 degrees 40 minutes and hoped the public would forget the math. The public, being famously short-memoried, obliged. They were too busy trying to figure out how to get their wagons across the Barlow Road to care about a few degrees of latitude. The war that almost interrupted tea ended with a treaty, a few ruffled feathers, and a border that remains the longest undefended line in the world, mostly because no one wants to stand out in the rain long enough to defend it. The anatomy of a bluff. I have always admired a good bluff. It is the highest form of human intellect, the ability to convince your opponent that you are holding a royal flush when you are actually holding a pair of deuces and a wet napkin. Polk's 54-40 was a masterpiece of the genre. He convinced the British that the Americans were ready to march a ragtag army of buckskin-clad farmers into the Canadian wilderness, and he convinced the American people that he was a lion of diplomacy. In reality, he was a man who saw a graceful exit and took it. The British, too, were bluffing. They talked about their impenetrable forts and their mighty naval reach, while privately admitting that if 10,000 Americans actually showed up in Oregon with shovels and Bibles, there wasn't much a few fur traders could do to stop them. It was a conflict of words, a battle of pamphlets, and a victory for the common sense of tired men. A peace concluded in sleep. As you lie there now, let the absurdity of national borders wash over you like a gentle tide. Think of the 49th parallel, an invisible, imaginary line drawn across mountains, rivers, and forests. The bears don't know it's there. The salmon don't check their passports as they swim across it. The clouds certainly don't stop to ask permission before they dump 6 inches of rain on both sides of the fence. Humans spend a great deal of energy shouting about where one patch of dirt ends and another begins. We invent slogans, we print newspapers, and we threaten to fight over numbers on a map. But in the end, the earth remains the same, damp, indifferent, and remarkably beautiful. Imagine the diplomats in 1846 putting down their pens, blowing out the candles, and sighing with relief that they don't have to talk about Oregon for at least another 50 years. The maps are tucked away. The borders are settled. The shouting has faded into the soft, rhythmic patter of the rain against the roof of history. There are no more 54-40 seconds to worry about tonight. There is only the 0 degrees of your own pillow and the 100% chance of a peaceful night. The border between wakefulness and sleep is the only one that matters now. It is a soft, blurred line, and you are drifting across it without the need for a treaty or a bluff. No one is fighting for this territory. It is yours alone, a vast, quiet land of dreams where the tea is always warm and the rain never feels cold. Close your eyes. The map of the day is folded. The ink is dry. The world is at peace, and for once, everybody got exactly what they needed, a bit of quiet and a place to rest. Good night, and may your dreams be as vast as the Oregon Territory and as peaceful as a settled border. Chapter 6. The Pioneers. Coming for the land, staying for the clouds. There is no lure in the history of human cupidity quite so potent as the promise of something for nothing, especially when that something is a square mile of dirt. In the mid-19th century, the United States government, which at the time possessed a great deal of stolen land and a very small amount of actual common sense, concocted a scheme known as the Donation Land Claim Act of 1850. This act was the ultimate piece of come-hither legislation. It promised any white male citizen 320 acres of prime Oregon soil just for showing up and breathing the air for 4 years. But here was the kicker, the stroke of genius that turned the Oregon Territory into the world's most desperate matrimonial agency. If the man happened to be married, the couple could claim a staggering 640 acres. Now, to a modern mind, 640 acres is a vast kingdom. To a 19th century farmer who had spent his life coaxing corn out of a rocky 2-acre patch in Kentucky, it was a hallucination of grandeur. It was enough land to ensure that you would never have to hear your neighbor's dog bark, or your neighbor's wife yell, or indeed ever see another human being again without the aid of a very powerful telescope and a favorable wind. The Great Oregon Bride Rush. The result of this legislation was a social phenomenon that can only be described as the Great Matrimonial Stampede. Men who had previously shown as much interest in romance as a fence post suddenly became the most ardent suitors in the Western Hemisphere. A single man on the Oregon Trail was a man who was leaving 320 acres on the table, a financial tragedy that no self-respecting pioneer could endure. This led to a series of courtships that lasted approximately as long as it takes to sneeze. I have heard accounts of men who would ride up to a wagon train, spot a woman of marriageable age, which in those days meant anyone who could stand upright and boil a potato, and propose marriage before the dust had even settled on her skirts. "Good evening, miss. I have a wagon, 6 oxen, with relatively few sores, and a legal claim to a square mile of the finest mud in the Willamette Valley. Would you care to spend the rest of your life watching it rain with me?" And the women, being practical souls who recognized that a square mile of land was a better inheritance than a lifetime of domestic service in Missouri, would often say, "I do," before the oxen had finished their evening graze. It was a romantic era, provided your definition of romance involves a notarized land deed and a high probability of shared rheumatism. Arrival in the Garden of Eden. After 5 months of dodging dysentery and discarding their grandmother's pianos on the plains of Nebraska, as we discussed in Chapter 3, these newly wedded land barons finally descended into the Willamette Valley. They had been told they were coming to a Garden of Eden, and in many ways it was. It was lush, it was green, and it was teeming with life. The problem was that the life in question was primarily composed of slugs the size of bratwursts and a variety of moss that could grow on a man's thoughts if he sat still for too long. The pioneers arrived in the late autumn, just in time for the big dark. This is the period in Oregon when the sun goes into a sort of witness protection program and doesn't reappear until the following July. For the first few weeks, the settlers were delighted. "Look at the soil," they cried, plunging their shovels into the rich black loam. "It's so moist. No need for irrigation here." By December, the tune had changed. The moist soil had become a soupy abyss that threatened to swallow their livestock whole. The gentle mists they had read about in the promotional pamphlets had revealed themselves to be a relentless gray ceiling that sat 3 feet above their heads, leaking a cold, steady indifference onto their souls. Architecture of the saturated. The first task of the pioneer was to build a shelter. In the East, you build a house to keep the heat in. In Oregon, you build a house to keep the water out, a goal that was largely aspirational. A typical Oregon pioneer cabin was built of unseasoned Douglas fir logs. Now, Douglas fir is a magnificent tree, but when it is freshly cut and subjected to 100 consecutive days of rain, it behaves less like a building material and more like a very large horizontal vegetable. The logs would swell, the moss would move into the chinks, and the interior of the cabin would reach a level of humidity that made the inhabitants feel like they were living inside a very large, very dark greenhouse. They sat in these cabins, staring at each other across the dim light of a tallow candle, listening to the drip, drip, drip of the roof. They had their 640 acres. They had their square mile of destiny. But they also had a realization creeping over them like the lichen on the north side of a stump. They were now prisoners of the clouds. The transformation into web-foots. It was during these early years of settlement that the term webfoot was coined. Originally intended as an insult by dryland outsiders, the Oregonians adopted it with a sort of perverse pride. It was a biological acknowledgement of their new reality. I reckon that if the Donation Land Claim Act had required the settlers to stay for 10 years instead of 4, the entire population would have actually evolved interdigital membranes. The pioneer changed. His skin took on the hue of an old mushroom. His gait became a rhythmic, high-stepping trudge designed to pull his boots out of the suction of the clay. His vocabulary narrowed until he had 47 different words for drizzle and none for sunburn. But they stayed. They stayed because, despite the damp, the land was genuinely incredible. If you threw a handful of seeds into the Oregon mud and turned your back for 5 minutes, you'd be tripped by a beanstalk on your way to the barn. The wheat grew so tall it could hide a horse. The apples were so large they looked like painted cannonballs. The pioneers realized that while the sky was trying to drown them, the earth was trying to make them rich. And for a man with 640 acres, that is a trade-off he will accept every day of the week, provided he has a sturdy pair of boots and a wife who doesn't mind the sound of a leaky roof. The solitude of the square mile. We must also consider the psychological effect of that 640-acre claim. Because everyone had so much land, the neighborhoods were essentially collections of distant specks on the horizon. In a New England village, you could lean out your window and insult your neighbor's hat. In early Oregon, if you wanted to insult your neighbor, you had to pack a lunch, saddle a horse, and trek through 3 miles of swamp just to reach his fence line. By the time you got there, you were usually too wet and tired to remember what you were mad about, so you just shared a cup of weak coffee and talked about the rain. This created a specific type of Oregonian character, the independent hermit. These were people who were perfectly comfortable with silence, largely because the only other sound was the constant rhythmic pat, pat, pat of water on the fir needles. They became a people of few words, mostly because talking required opening one's mouth, which invited the moisture to settle on the tongue. A bedtime benediction for the settled. As you lie there now, feel the weight of your own claim, the soft mattress, the dry blankets, the 4 walls that, hopefully, do not leak. You are the beneficiary of those soggy, stubborn ancestors. You have the Garden of Eden without the necessity of marrying a stranger for an extra 320 acres of peat moss. Think of the pioneers in 1852. Imagine them in their log cabins, tucked under heavy wool quilts that never quite felt dry. Outside, The great Douglas firs are swaying in the wind, shedding water in great heavy sheets. The owls are silent. The slugs are ascending the porch steps with glacial intent. The pioneers are asleep, dreaming of the July sun, that mythical golden orb they remember from their childhoods in the East. They are content. They have their land. They have their peace. They have survived another day of the big dark. Let the sound of that imaginary rain be your metronome. It is a steady, ancient sound, the sound of Oregon being watered. It is the sound of the moss growing, the rivers rising, and the history of a state being written in the mud. You don't have to plow the 640 acres tomorrow. You don't have to hop from stump to stump to get to the post office. You just have to exist in the beautiful dry now. Close your eyes. The gray clouds are thick and heavy like a protective quilt drawn over the entire Pacific Northwest. There is no blue sky to distract you, no bright light to keep you awake. There is only the gray and the green and the deep, damp quiet. Sleep now, Webfoot. The claim is staked. The cabin is built. The rain will still be there in the morning, and that is exactly as it should be. Good night, and may your dreams be as lush as a Willamette meadow and as peaceful as a forest that hasn't seen a chainsaw in a century. Chapter 7. Stumptown, a city built by men who hated trees. If there's anything more American than building a city in a place where nature clearly intended for there to be only silence and ferns, I have yet to find it. In the mid-1840s, a few enterprising souls looked at a particularly sodden bend in the Willamette River, a spot so densely packed with Douglas firs that the squirrels had to use GPS just to find the ground, and said, "Yes, this is where we shall build a metropolis." They called it Portland, though for several years a more accurate name would have been the clearing where men go to trip over things. Before it was a city of roses, microbreweries, and people who treat artisanal toast as a religious experience, it was Stumptown. And to understand Stumptown, you must understand the Victorian male's fundamental irrational hatred for the tree. The Great Arboretum Massacre. To a pioneer, a tree was not a majestic pillar of the ecosystem. It was an obstacle. It was a giant wooden vertical resentment that stood between him and his destiny, which, at the time, was primarily the construction of a saloon. The founders of Portland arrived with axes and an unquenchable thirst for progress. They began to fell the ancient firs with a ferocity that suggested the trees had personally insulted their mothers. However, chopping down a tree that is 12 feet wide and 200 feet tall is one thing. Removing the stump is quite another. A Douglas fir stump does not simply leave because you asked it to. It is anchored to the earth with the tenacity of a politician to a lobbyist's checkbook. The early settlers realized that while they could turn the trunks into boards, the stumps were going to be their neighbors for a very long time. Rather than wait for the decades required for the stumps to rot, or the centuries required for the mud to swallow them, the people of Portland simply built the city around them. Imagine, if you will, a city where the main thoroughfare looked like a giant wooden obstacle course. There were stumps in the middle of the street, stumps in the middle of the sidewalk, and stumps that had been hollowed out to serve as temporary housing for the particularly destitute or the particularly small. During the rainy season, these stumps were the only dry spots in a sea of knee-deep slurry. To get from the general store to the blacksmith, A man had to hop from stump to stump like a very somber, very bearded frog. If he missed his mark, he was liable to disappear into the mud, leaving only his hat floating on the surface as a warning to others. The penny flip, a masterclass in lack of imagination. Before the stumps were fully integrated into the civic architecture, the city needed a name. In 1845, the site was owned by two men, Asa Lovejoy of Massachusetts and Francis Pettygrove of Maine. Neither man possessed a shred of creative impulse. They didn't want a name that reflected the majesty of the mountains or the spirit of the river. They wanted to name the new settlement after their respective hometowns, presumably because they missed the taste of Atlantic salt and the comfort of a dry basement. Lovejoy wanted to call it Boston. Pettygrove wanted to call it Portland. They stood in a muddy clearing surrounded by the corpses of giant trees and decided the fate of the Pacific Northwest with a copper penny. It was a best of three toss. I have often wondered what would have happened if the coin had landed on its edge in the mud. Perhaps we would have been spared the rivalry altogether and ended up with a name like Coin Slab or The Toss. But Pettygrove won 2 out of 3, and thus Portland was born. If Lovejoy had won, we would currently be discussing the Boston Trail Blazers and the Boston Rose Festival, which sounds like a very confusing geography lesson. Instead, we have Portland, a name that suggests a bustling maritime hub, even though, at the time, the port consisted of a single slippery log and a man with a rowboat who looked like he'd given up on life. High society in the mud. As Portland grew, it developed a social scene. Now, high society in a town built on stumps was a relative term. It meant you owned a pair of boots that didn't leak and a suit that wasn't currently growing mushrooms in the armpits. The grand social events of the 1850s usually involved trying to walk across the street without losing a shoe to the suction of the clay. The city fathers, in a fit of civic pride, eventually decided that the stumps were an embarrassment. But they didn't dig them out. That would have required manual labor, which was increasingly being outsourced to people with fewer opinions and more shovels. Instead, they painted the stumps white so that people wouldn't run into them at night. So, for a period of time, Portland looked like a graveyard for giant flat-topped ghosts. A traveler arriving at night would see hundreds of white circles glowing in the moonlight, looking for all the world like a convention of very large, very still mushrooms. It gave the city a certain ethereal quality, provided you didn't look down and see the dead horse decaying in the gutter. The architecture of the stump walk. Eventually, the stumps were used as the foundations for the first sidewalks. These were essentially planks of wood laid across the stumps to create a sort of elevated boardwalk. This worked magnificently, right up until the wood became wet, which in Portland happened approximately 3 seconds after the planks were laid down. A wet wooden sidewalk in Portland is the slickest surface known to man. It has a friction coefficient of 0. Walking on one was an athletic feat. You would see gentlemen in top hats suddenly perform a series of involuntary high-speed acrobatic maneuvers, ending with a spectacular splash in the mud below, while the locals looked on with the weary indifference of people who had already done the same thing twice that morning. But despite the mud, the stumps, and the total lack of a plan, Portland thrived. It was the stump that could. It was perfectly positioned at the confluence of the Willamette and the Columbia, making it the gateway for all the wheat, timber, and disgruntled pioneers coming out of the valley. By the time they finally got around to removing the last of the stumps in the late 19th century, the city had already established its character, a place that was a little bit chaotic, a little bit damp, and entirely too proud of its own survival. The moral of the wood. There is a lesson here, I suppose, about the nature of civilization. We like to think of our cities as grand monuments to human reason, but most of them started as a group of damp men standing in a puddle, arguing over a penny. Portland didn't become a city because it was easy. It became a city because the people were too stubborn to let the trees win. They fought the forest, and while they eventually cleared the land, the forest never truly left. You can see it today in the way the moss still claims every brick, the way the ferns grow out of the gutters, and the way the inhabitants still have a slightly wild, "I just tripped over a root" look in their eyes. A bedtime reflection on the paved-over forest. As you settle into the quiet of the night, think of those white-painted stumps. Imagine them standing in the moonlight, silent sentinels of a city that was trying so hard to be real. The sounds of the old Stumptown are gone now. The rhythmic thwack of the axe, the cursing of the teamsters as their wagons sank into the mire, the clatter of boots on slippery planks, all of it has been muffled by the weight of time and several layers of asphalt. But underneath the pavement, the roots are still there. The earth remembers the trees, and the rain, that eternal patient Oregon rain, still falls with the same steady rhythmic beat that it used for the pioneers. It doesn't care about the penny flip. It doesn't care about the white paint. It just wants to turn everything back into mud. You, however, are high and dry. You are not hopping from stump to stump. You are tucked into a bed that is mercifully stationary and entirely free of lichen. Listen to the silence of the modern city. It is a peaceful silence built on the foundations of 1,000 conquered logs. The stumps are at rest. The mud has been tamed. The only thing left to do is to let your mind wander into the clearing, a soft, gray space where there are no obstacles, no coin flips, and no slippery sidewalks. Close your eyes. Feel the coolness of the pillow like a patch of moss in a deep forest. Let your breathing become as slow and steady as the growth of an ancient fir. You are drifting now, away from the streets, away from the noise, and back into the green, quiet heart of the country. Good night, and may your dreams be as sturdy as a Douglas fir, and far more comfortable than a hollowed-out stump. Chapter 8. The Salmon Wars, Scales, Gills, and Bureaucracy. If the beaver was the furry currency that built the first shacks of Oregon, then the salmon was the silver-plated inhabitant that turned those shacks into mansions with indoor plumbing. To the uninitiated, a salmon is merely a fish, a creature with a singular, tragic obsession with swimming uphill until its heart gives out, or it becomes a bear's hors d'oeuvre. But in the history of Oregon, the salmon was the central figure in a long-running, multi-act drama involving industrial greed, ingenious mechanical cruelty, and a level of bureaucracy that would make a Prussian tax collector weep with envy. For thousands of years, the native peoples of the Columbia River had a very sensible arrangement with the salmon. They would stand on wooden platforms over the roaring rapids at Toledo Falls, dip a net into the water and pull out a fish the size of a small child. It was a dignified, rhythmic process. The salmon got to fulfill its biological destiny, and the humans got dinner. Everyone was satisfied, except perhaps the salmon, whose opinion has never been officially recorded in a government ledger. Then the white man arrived with his axes, his canning jars, and his peculiar belief that if something is worth doing, it is worth doing until the resource is entirely exhausted. The Salmon King and the Tin Can Revolution. In the 1860s, a gentleman named Robert Hume arrived on the scene. Hume was a man of vision, which is a polite way of saying he looked at a river teeming with millions of majestic, shimmering fish and saw only a vast aquatic assembly line. He didn't just want to catch fish. He wanted to put the entire Pacific Northwest into a metal can and sell it to people in London who had forgotten what a river looked like. The salmon cannery was a marvel of Victorian industrial efficiency. It was a place where a fish could enter the front door as a living, breathing miracle of nature and exit the back door 20 minutes later as a stack of identical tin pucks. Hume and his brothers realized that the Columbia River was essentially a liquid gold mine, provided you had enough salt and enough people willing to work in a building that smelled like a maritime disaster. Soon, the banks of the river were lined with canneries. The competition was fierce. It wasn't enough to just catch the fish. You had to catch all the fish before the fellow downstream could get his hands on them. This led to the development of several innovative fishing methods that were about as sportsmanlike as using a cannon to hunt a squirrel. The fish wheel, a masterpiece of spectacular laziness. The pinnacle of this era was the fish wheel. If you have ever seen a water wheel on a grist mill, you understand the concept, but the fish wheel had a much darker purpose. It was a giant rotating series of baskets powered by the current of the river. As the salmon swam upstream, minding their own business and thinking about their ancestral spawning grounds, the wheel would simply scoop them up out of the water and dump them into a chute that led directly into a box. It was a device of breathtaking automated efficiency. The fisherman didn't even have to be present. He could sit on his porch, smoke a pipe, and read the newspaper while the river itself committed mass piscicide on his behalf. The fish wheel was the 19th century version of passive income, assuming your income consists entirely of cold, scaly bodies. Of course, this did not sit well with the gill netters. The gill netters were the traditional industrial fishermen who operated small boats and draped massive nets across the river. They looked at the fish wheels, which were mostly owned by wealthy cannery magnates, with a hatred that burned hotter than a ship's boiler. The salmon wars were not fought with words, but with sunken boats, slashed nets, and the occasional exchange of lead. The gill netters argued that the wheels were a monopoly on nature. The wheel owners argued that the gill netters were just jealous of their superior engineering. The salmon, caught in the middle, continued to swim into both devices with a dogged persistence that suggests they were either very brave or remarkably dim-witted. The bureaucracy of the fin. When the fish populations began to dwindle, a development that surprised no one except the people making money from the decline, the government did what it does best. It formed a committee. Suddenly, the Columbia River was no longer a waterway. It was a jurisdictional nightmare. You had the Oregon Fish Commission, the Washington Department of Fisheries, and federal agents all trying to decide who could fish where they could fish, and which particular fin a fisherman was allowed to touch on a Tuesday. They passed laws that were so complex they required a law degree and a compass to navigate. They regulated the size of the mesh in the nets, the length of the seasons, and the distance between wheels. It became a game of regulatory whack-a-mole. If the government banned one type of net, the fishermen would invent a new one that looked suspiciously like the old one but had a more patriotic name. The highlight of this bureaucratic absurdity was the fish warden. This was a man whose job was to patrol the river and ensure that everyone was following the rules. However, given that the river is over 1,200 miles long and frequently shrouded in a fog that could hide a battleship, the fish warden spent most of his time being ignored, lied to, or accidentally dropped into the water. The Great Hatchery Irony. As the 19th century gave way to the 20th, the solution to the salmon shortage was reached: the hatchery. Having spent 50 years destroying the natural spawning grounds through logging, dam building, and overfishing, the people of Oregon decided that the best way to save the salmon was to manufacture them in a factory. We essentially turned the salmon from a wild, noble wanderer into a state-subsidized employee. There is a profound irony in the hatchery system. We take the fish out of the river, squeeze the eggs out of them in a concrete trough, raise the babies in a swimming pool, and then release them back into the wild with a little tag in their nose that says, "Property of the State of Oregon." It is the ultimate human conceit, to believe that we can improve upon a system that worked perfectly well for 6 million years before we arrived with our tin cans and our fish wheels. A bedtime lullaby of scales and streams. As you settle deeper into your pillow, let the frantic energy of the salmon wars fade away. The wheels have stopped turning. The canneries are now mostly luxury hotels or rusting ruins standing on barnacle-encrusted pilings. The great legal battles over gill nets and mesh sizes have been settled by time and the slow, inevitable movement of the water. Imagine the Columbia River at night. It is a vast, dark ribbon of power cutting through the basalt cliffs of the gorge. Underneath the surface, the salmon are still there. They aren't thinking about politics. They aren't thinking about bureaucracy. They are just moving tail, fin, against the push of the current. It is a rhythmic, hypnotic motion. The water slides over their silver sides. The pebbles on the riverbed click together in the depths. The river is singing a low bass note song that has been playing since the Ice Age. Think of the salmon's journey. It is a long, quiet swim toward a home they haven't seen in years. There is no hurry. There is only the steady beat of the water and the pull of the moon on the tides. You are like the salmon now, but you are swimming with the current. You are drifting downstream toward the great ocean of sleep. There are no nets in your path. There are no wheels to scoop you up. The river of your thoughts is wide and calm, and the banks are lined with soft green moss that muffles every sound. Close your eyes. Feel the coolness of the air like a mist rising off the Cascades. Listen to the breathing of the world, the slow, steady inhale and exhale of the forest. The Salmon King has gone to bed. The fish warden is asleep. The river is yours, and it is carrying you exactly where you need to go. Sleep now in the silver quiet. The journey is over. The water is still, and the only thing left to do is let go and sink into the soft, dark depths of a perfect rest. Good night, and may your dreams be as deep and peaceful as a mountain pool in the heart of the Oregon wilderness. Chapter 9. Gold Mines and Ghost Towns, Disappointment as a Major Industry. If there is one thing that can reliably turn a sensible, God-fearing man into a frantic, mud-caked mole with the social graces of a badger, it is the rumor of gold. Gold is a peculiar substance. It has no practical use for a man stranded in the wilderness. You cannot eat it. You cannot wear it to keep out the Oregon damp, and if you try to use it as a boat, you will promptly discover the laws of displacement in a very permanent fashion. Yet, for the sake of these shiny yellow pebbles, men in the 1850s were willing to endure hardships that would make a Spartan soldier ask for a leave of absence. Oregon's relationship with gold was always a bit indirect. While California was having a loud, garish, world-class tantrum over its gold deposits in 1849, Oregon was acting as the exhausted supply closet. Most Oregonians didn't start by digging for gold. They started by selling overpriced flour to the people who were digging for gold. But eventually, the fever crossed the border, and Oregon found itself infested with prospectors, a term that, in the 19th century, was largely synonymous with a man who has lost his mind and his laundry. The Legend of the Blue Bucket, a study in pioneer irony. The history of Oregon gold begins not with a shovel, but with a bucket. Specifically, the Blue Bucket Mine. This is perhaps the greatest should-have, could-have story in the history of human regret. In 1845, a wagon train known as the Terrible Trail, for reasons that are self-explanatory, took a shortcut through the high desert of eastern Oregon. While stopped at a creek to find water, which in the high desert is more valuable than gold but significantly harder to find, the children found some heavy yellow pebbles in the stream. They put them in a blue wooden bucket and used them as fishing sinkers. The parents, being exhausted, dehydrated, and primarily concerned with not dying before Tuesday, looked at the pebbles and concluded they were probably copper or perhaps just very heavy dirt. They threw them away. It wasn't until they reached the Willamette Valley and heard about the California gold rush years later that they realized they had been using pure gold to weigh down their fishing lines. For the next 50 years, half the population of Oregon spent their weekends wandering around the desert looking for a specific creek near a specific rock that looked like a specific hat, trying to find the Blue Bucket location. They never found it. The Blue Bucket Mine exists only in the geography of human longing, a place where wealth was once discarded because people were too busy trying to survive. It is the most Oregonian of legends. We found the treasure, we didn't want it, and now we can't remember where we put it. Jacksonville, a city of tents and high-stakes mud. In 1851, the fever became real. Gold was discovered in the Rogue River Valley, and the town of Jacksonville sprang out of the earth with the speed of a mushroom and the structural integrity of a house of cards. Within weeks, a quiet valley was transformed into a cacophony of clinking picks and shouting men. Jacksonville was not a city in any civilized sense. It was a geographical collection of desperation. There were tents made of flour sacks, saloons built of cedar boughs, and streets that were essentially just open sewers with high aspirations. The social hierarchy of a gold camp was simple. At the top were the men who found a nugget. These men would immediately spend their fortune on champagne, which in Jacksonville cost more than a high-quality horse, and then return to being poor by the following morning. At the bottom were the Chinese miners, who were treated with appalling cruelty, but possessed the radical revolutionary idea that if you worked hard and didn't spend all your money on Tao's lightning whiskey, you might actually keep some of it. The economy of Jacksonville was a masterclass in extortionate capitalism. A shovel that cost 50 cents in New York cost $10 in Jacksonville. A pound of bacon was worth its weight in silver, mostly because the bacon had traveled 2,000 miles and had developed a personality of its own. The real winners of the Oregon Gold Rush weren't the men with the pans. They were the men with the beans. The anatomy of a ghost town. The peculiar thing about an Oregon gold town is its transience. A town would be born on a Monday, have a newspaper and 3 saloons by Wednesday, and be a silent collection of rotting boards by the following Sunday. When the gold ran out, which it always did, the miners didn't leave so much as they evaporated. They heard a rumor of a strike 300 miles away, and by dawn the town was empty. They left behind their boots, their broken shovels, and their dignity. Oregon is littered with these ghost towns, places like Golden, Buncombe, and Bourne. To visit one today is to receive a silent lecture on the vanity of human ambition. You see a building that was once a grand hotel, now serving as a luxury condominium for a family of particularly affluent squirrels. You see a general store where the only thing currently in stock is a century's worth of dust and the occasional rattlesnake. There is a profound sadness to a ghost town, but also a certain snarky satisfaction. Nature has a way of reclaiming its territory. The moss, which we discussed in Chapter 1, is the ultimate debt collector. It moves in over the porches, it swells the floorboards, and it slowly, patiently, turns the metropolis of the West back into a forest floor. The trees don't care about the gold, they just want the carbon back. Disappointment as a sustainable resource. By the late 1800s, Oregonians realized that gold mining was a lot of work for very little return. So they invented a new industry, selling the dream of gold. They started hydraulic mining, which involved taking a giant water cannon and literally washing away entire mountainsides to find a few flakes of gold. It was a spectacular way to ruin a river and ensure that the salmon, see Chapter 8, had a very difficult afternoon. It was industrial-scale vandalism disguised as progress. When that failed, they turned to mining the miners. They sold shares in mines that didn't exist. They salted claims by firing gold dust out of a shotgun into a dirt bank to convince some gullible Easterner that he had found the mother lode. Oregon history is paved with the broken hearts of men who thought they were going to be the next Astor, only to realize they were actually the next guy who works in a sawmill because he's broke. A bedtime reflection on the empty pan. As you lie there now, let the frantic clatter of the gold pans fade from your mind. The shouting in the saloons has been silenced. The water cannons have rusted into silence, and the mountain streams have finally cleared of the silt and the greed. Think of the ghost towns at night. They are peaceful places now. The wind whistles through the cracks in the old cedar siding, sounding like a sigh of relief. The stars shine down on the rogue valley, indifferent to whether there is gold in the ground or just granite. The miners are all gone to their final claim, where the ground is easy to dig and the bacon is free. They are no longer chasing the blue bucket. They aren't worried about the price of shovels or the depth of the mud. You too can give up the chase. You don't have to find the treasure tonight. You don't have to stake a claim. Your mother lode is right here, a soft mattress, a quiet room, and a mind that is finally setting down its pickaxe. Imagine yourself sitting on the porch of a cabin in a town that time forgot. The air is cool and smells of pine needles. The only gold to be seen is the reflection of the moon in a puddle. It is a wealth that costs nothing and requires no digging. Listen to the silence. It is the sound of a forest that has outlasted the boom. It is the sound of time erasing the mistakes of men. It is a slow, rhythmic, and incredibly heavy silence that is currently pressing down on your eyelids. Close your eyes. Let the blue bucket of your thoughts drift away down the creek. You don't need it. You have everything you need in the quiet now. The ghost towns are asleep. The mines are empty. The mountain is still. Sleep now, prospector. The rush is over. The dream is enough. And the morning is a long, long way from the Rogue River. Good night, and may your dreams be filled with treasures that don't require a shovel to find. Chapter 10. The Iron Horse. Steam engines in a permanent drizzle. For the first few decades of its existence, Oregon moved at the speed of a contemplative snail. If you wanted to get from Portland to Salem, you either waited for a riverboat to decide it felt like floating, or you climbed onto a horse and prepared to spend 3 days becoming intimately acquainted with every mud puddle in the Willamette Valley. This was a slow, dignified way to live, largely because it gave a man plenty of time to rethink his life choices while he waited for his boots to dry. But then came the railroad. In the East, the railroad was seen as a symbol of progress, a word that usually means finding a way to get to a place you don't like twice as fast as before. In Oregon, the railroad was seen as a way to finally prove to the folks in San Francisco that we weren't just a collection of fur trappers and moss-covered hermits. We wanted the iron horse. We wanted the smoke, the clatter, and the glorious soot-covered convenience of the 19th century. The problem, as always, was that the iron horse was designed for solid ground, and Oregon, as we have established, is a geological suggestion held together by rain. Ben Holiday, the pirate of the Willamette. Every great railroad story needs a villain, or at the very least, a man with a flamboyant mustache and a flexible relationship with other people's money. In Oregon, that man was Ben Holiday. Holiday was known as the Stagecoach King, a title he earned by running the overland mail and possessing the kind of ego that required its own zip code. He arrived in Portland in 1868 with a pocket full of federal subsidies and a plan to build a railroad through the Willamette Valley. He didn't just want to build a track, he wanted to build an empire. He lived in a mansion, threw parties that would make a Roman emperor blush, and treated the Oregon legislature as if it were his personal collection of trained poodles. Holiday's primary contribution to Oregon history was the Great Railroad Race. You see, there wasn't just one company trying to build a railroad. There were two. Both were called the Oregon Central Railroad. One was the East Side Company, and the other was the West Side Company. They hated each other with a passion that can only be generated by two groups of men fighting over the same pile of government bonds. They spent more time in courtrooms than on the tracks, arguing over who had the right to lay the first tie. It was a spectacular display of legal chicanery that resulted in a great deal of shouting and a very small amount of actual transportation. The engineering of the inevitable mudslide. Building a railroad in Oregon is a task that requires a certain brand of optimistic insanity. You are attempting to lay two perfectly level parallel iron bars across a landscape that is constantly trying to slide into the nearest creek. The surveyors would go out into the forest, fight off the bears and the mosquitoes, and mark a path. Then the crews would follow, hacking through Douglas firs that had been standing since the Magna Carta. But the moment they cleared a path, the rain would start. The road bed, a term that implies a certain level of stability, would immediately liquefy. I have heard accounts of steam engines that, upon being placed on a newly laid track, simply began to sink, slowly and majestically, until the engineer was standing in 2 feet of slurry. Then there were the landslides. In Oregon, a mountain is not a permanent feature. It is a temporary arrangement of rocks and dirt that is waiting for the next big storm to relocate to the valley floor. A railroad crew would spend 6 months carving a ledge into a cliffside, only to wake up the next morning and find that the cliff had moved half a mile to the left, taking the tracks, the tools, and the foreman's lunch with it. The railroad was a constant battle of man versus gravity, and in Oregon, gravity has a very strong home field advantage. The iron horse and the fog. When the trains finally did start running, the experience was not exactly what the travel brochures promised. A steam engine, by its very nature, produces a great deal of smoke and steam. When you combine this with the natural Oregon fog, you create a localized weather event that can be seen from space. A passenger on an early Oregon train spent most of their time peering out of a window that was covered in a thick layer of soot and condensation, trying to catch a glimpse of the majestic Northwest. What they actually saw was a gray blur that might have been a mountain or perhaps just a very large pile of wet cedar. The interior of the car was a mixture of coal smoke, the smell of damp wool, and the rhythmic clack, clack, clack of wheels hitting uneven joints in the track. It was, however, fast. A trip that used to take 3 days now took 6 hours. This was a revolution. Suddenly, a farmer in Eugene could send his wheat to Portland without it sprouting during the journey. A businessman in Salem could visit his mistress in Albany and be home in time for dinner. The railroad shrank the state, bringing the isolated webfoots into contact with the rest of the world. And the rest of the world, much to the chagrin of the locals, began to arrive in great numbers. The arrival of the Standard Time. Before the railroad, time in Oregon was a subjective concept. Each town set its own clock by the sun, which, given the cloud cover, meant most people were just guessing. Noon was whenever the shadows seemed shortest, or whenever the local barkeep felt like opening the doors. The railroad couldn't operate on Oregon guest time. It needed a schedule. It needed standard time. This was a profound psychological shock to the pioneers. Suddenly, they were expected to live their lives by a pocket watch. A man could no longer stroll down to the station sometime in the afternoon. He had to be there at exactly 2:14 p.m., or the iron horse would leave without him. The railroad brought discipline, bureaucracy, and the realization that the world was moving faster than the seasons. It was the end of the donation land claim era of quiet solitude. The silence of the forest was replaced by the lonely, haunting wail of the steam whistle, a sound that echoed through the canyons like the cry of a mechanical ghost, reminding everyone that the 20th century was coming, whether they had their umbrellas ready or not. A bedtime lullaby of the rails. As you tuck yourself into the stillness of the night, let the frantic energy of the rail barons fade into the distance. Ben Holliday and his mansions are gone. The legal battles over the east side and the west side have been settled by the impartial hand of time. The great steam engines have been replaced by silent electric ghosts and diesel giants that move through the night with a low, vibrating hum. Imagine yourself in a sleeper car on the old Oregon and California Railroad. The bed is small but cozy. The linens smell faintly of lavender and coal smoke. Outside the window, the world is a dark, rainy mystery. You can't see the trees, but you can feel them passing by, a heavy green presence in the night. Listen to the rhythm of the train, doom-da-doom, doom-da-doom. It is a heartbeat. It is the sound of the iron horse breathing. The rain is tapping against the glass, trying to get in, but the heavy steel walls of the car are keeping you safe and dry. You are moving through the Willamette Valley. You are crossing rivers that are swollen with winter runoff. You are climbing the grades of the Siskiyous, where the engine groans and the sparks fly into the black sky like tiny dying stars. But you don't have to do the work. You just have to listen. The whistle blows, a long, mournful note that hangs in the damp air before being swallowed by the forest. It isn't a scary sound. It's a signal that the world is still there, that the tracks are clear, and that the journey is proceeding exactly as planned. Close your eyes. Feel the gentle swaying of the car as it rounds a bend. It's like a cradle, rocking you into a state of perfect indifference towards schedules and standard time. You don't have to be anywhere at 2:14 p.m. You don't have to worry about the mudslides or the subsidies. The train is carrying you into the heart of the night. The steam is rising into the trees. The fire in the boiler is glowing a warm, steady orange, and the tracks ahead are straight, true, and leading directly into the land of dreams. Sleep now, passenger. The conductor has punched your ticket. The station is far behind you, and the next stop is the morning. Good night, and may your dreams be as steady and rhythmic as a train moving through a rainy Oregon night. Chapter 11. The 19th Century Hipster. Early settlers with strong opinions. It is a common misconception, usually peddled by people who live in places where the sun actually makes regular appearances, that the Portland hipster is a modern invention, a creature birthed from the union of a fixie bike and a jar of ethically sourced kale. But if you peer through the mist of Oregon history with a cynical enough eye, you will realize that the inhabitants of the Willamette Valley have been insufferable about their lifestyle choices since the first wagon wheel got stuck in the mud. The 19th century Oregonian was the original vanguard of the obscure. They didn't move to the Pacific Northwest because it was a logical place to live. They moved there because they had heard of a specific type of moss that only grew on the north side of a Douglas fir, and felt that Missouri was becoming entirely too mainstream. They were the first people to look at a perfectly functional civilization in the East and say, It's a bit too commercial for me. I think I'll go live in a puddle 2,000 miles away where no one has ever heard of a dry sock. The before it was cool pioneer. The hallmark of the modern hipster is the claim to have discovered a band, a coffee shop, or a brand of mustache wax before it was cool. The pioneers took this to a geographical extreme. They didn't just discover a neighborhood, they discovered a latitude. Imagine a man in 1848 sitting on a porch in Illinois. He has a solid roof, a productive farm, and a neighbor who occasionally brings him a pie. To any rational mind, this is the dream. But the Oregon-bound hipster looked at this scene with a sigh of profound boredom. "The soil here is too predictable," he would mutter to his wife, who was busy trying to convince him that they didn't need to move. "Everyone is growing corn. It's so derivative. I've heard that in the Oregon country, the soil is so rich it's actually blacker than my coffee. Plus, there are no roads. I've always felt that roads are a bit of a sellout. I prefer a trail that hasn't been overproduced by the government." And so they packed up their life into a wagon and spent 6 months engaging in a DIY odyssey across the plains. They didn't want the convenience of a steamship or the luxury of a stagecoach. They wanted the authentic experience of walking across Nebraska until their boots disintegrated. It was the ultimate off-the-grid flex, performed by people who didn't even know what a grid was yet. The artisanal survivalist. Once they arrived in Oregon, the pioneer hipster really came into his own. Today, we have artisanal bread and small batch pickles. In 1850, everything was small batch, because if you didn't make it yourself in a wooden bucket, you simply didn't have it. The pioneer didn't just build a cabin, he engaged in bespoke timber architecture. He didn't just wear clothes, he wore hand-curated, locally sourced buckskin. There was a certain pride in the sheer difficulty of their existence. A man wouldn't just tell you he was hungry, he would give you a 40-minute lecture on the specific regional nuances of the salmon he had caught using a spear he carved himself from a piece of driftwood he found during a spiritual walk on the coast. I find that store-bought flour lacks the soul of the wheat I ground myself between 2 rocks I named Ezekiel and Patience, he would say, while picking a splinter out of his tooth. It's about the process, really. If you aren't suffering for your biscuits, are you even truly eating? This obsession with the authentic extended to their hobbies. While the rest of the world was inventing the telegraph and the light bulb, the Oregon settler was busy perfecting the art of competitive log sitting. They would gather on a Sunday not to listen to a sermon, but to debate the merits of different types of wood axe handles. "I only use hickory seasoned in the smoke of a damp cedar fire," one man would declare, looking down his nose at a neighbor who had the audacity to use an ash handle. "Hickory has a much more complex resonance when it hits a stump. Ash is just, well, it's a bit too bright for my tastes." The bearded aesthetic, a tool and a statement. We cannot discuss the 19th century hipster without addressing the beard. Today, a beard is a fashion choice often maintained with expensive oils and a steady hand. In pioneer Oregon, a beard was a structural necessity. It served as a windbreak, a crumb catcher, and a portable storage unit for small tools. However, even in the 1850s, there was a hierarchy of facial hair. A man didn't just grow a beard, he cultivated a narrative. There was the disgruntled prophet, the misanthropic lumberjack, and the ever-popular "I haven't seen a mirror since the Blue Mountains." They took great pride in the natural state of their appearance. They looked at the clean-shaven businessmen of the East with a mixture of pity and contempt. To the Oregonian, a shaved face was a sign of a man who spent too much time indoors and not enough time arguing with a mule. A man without a beard is like a house without a porch, they would say. He has no place for his thoughts to sit and ponder the rain. The original "Keep Portland Weird" ethos. The modern slogan "Keep Portland Weird" is actually a very old civic mandate. The early settlers of Oregon were some of the most eccentric, opinionated, and downright peculiar individuals to ever draw breath. Take, for example, the man who decided that living in a house made of wood was too conventional, and instead hollowed out a giant cedar stump to live in. He wasn't homeless. He was a pioneer of minimalist, organic living. He would sit in his stump, surrounded by 300 square miles of forest, and complain that the neighbors, who lived 4 miles away, were crowding his vibe, or consider the various utopian communities that cropped up in the valley. These were groups of people who decided that the existing social structures were too mainstream, and instead wanted to live in a place where everyone wore the same color of wool and spent 12 hours a day debating the spiritual significance of a rutabaga. They were the original commune hipsters, seeking a purity of experience that can only be found when you have no money, no food, and a very strong opinion on the communal ownership of a single depressed cow. The opinionated hermit. If you put 2 Oregonians in a room in 1860, you would end up with 3 different opinions on the best way to waterproof a boot. They were a people defined by their stubbornness. They had traveled 2,000 miles to get away from people telling them what to do, and they weren't about to start listening to reason now. They had opinions on the weather. It's not raining, it's just liquid sunshine. Opinions on the government, a necessary evil like a toothache or a mother-in-law, and opinions on the future of the state. I hope no one else moves here. It's getting far too crowded. This "I was here first" attitude is the bedrock of the Oregonian psyche. Even if a man had only arrived 3 weeks before the next wagon train, he would stand on his porch and look at the newcomers with the weary eyes of an old-timer, whose favorite secret spot had just been discovered by tourists. A bedtime reflection on the artisanal past. As you lie there now, tucked into a bed that was likely manufactured in a factory by machines that don't have opinions, take a moment to appreciate the sheer effort of the pioneer hipster. You don't have to carve your own spoon. You don't have to debate the structural integrity of your axe handle. You don't have to live in a hollowed-out stump, unless, of course, that's your thing, in which case I hope it's a very spacious stump. Think of the Willamette Valley in 1855. It is a quiet, dark world. In a small cabin, a man is sitting by a fire, painstakingly repairing a pair of trousers with a needle made from a fishbone. He is exhausted, he is damp, and he hasn't seen a potato in 3 months. But he is happy. He is happy because he is doing it his way. He is living an authentic life, free from the commercial pressures of the East and the unbearable convenience of a paved road. The rain is drumming on his cedar shake roof, a rhythmic, artisanal sound that hasn't changed in 1,000 years. The forest is pressing in around him, full of indie plants and underground wildlife that the rest of the world hasn't heard of yet. You are like that pioneer now, but without the fishbone needle. You have reached the end of your own trail for the day. You have discovered the pillow before it was cool. You are settling into a sleep that is strictly small batch and locally sourced from your own imagination. Close your eyes. Let the strong opinions of the 19th century fade into the soft gray mist of the night. The arguments over hickory versus ash are over. The debates on the spiritual significance of the rutabaga have been tabled. There is only the quiet and the damp and the deep, dark comfort of a world that is perfectly, wonderfully weird. Sleep now, vanguard of the night. The clouds are low, the moss is growing, and the mainstream world is 1,000,000 miles away. Good night, and may your dreams be as unique and stubborn as a Portlander with a new hobby. Chapter 12. Prohibition and its Discontents. Liquid Defiance in the High Desert. In the grand, soggy chronicle of Oregon, there has always been a fundamental tension between the pious and the parched. It is a curious thing to observe. A state that is perpetually being rinsed by the heavens above should, by all rights, be satisfied with the abundance of water. But human nature is a stubborn beast. When a man has spent 12 hours standing in a freezing swamp, hacking at a Douglas fir with an axe that weighs as much as a small child, he does not generally return home and ask for a refreshing glass of rainwater. He wants something that will make him forget that his toes have reached a state of advanced decomposition. However, Oregon, in the early 20th century, was also home to a very loud, very organized group of individuals who believed that the only thing more dangerous than a wet logger was a wet logger who had been corrupted by the demon rum. This led to a period of history known as Prohibition, a social experiment that attempted to turn a state of rugged individualists into a giant tea-drinking parish. It was a spectacular failure conducted with a level of hypocrisy that would make a riverboat gambler blush. The 1916 ambush, Oregon's head start on sobriety. Most people believe that Prohibition began in 1920 with the 18th Amendment. But Oregonians, ever the overachievers in the department of knowing what's best for you, decided to go dry in 1916. They beat the rest of the country to the punch, or the lack thereof, by 4 full years. This was largely the work of the temperance unions and various moralistic committees who viewed the saloon as the front door to perdition. They campaigned with a ferocity that suggested every bottle of whiskey contained the literal soul of a politician. They painted a picture of a dry Oregon that would be a paradise of industry and domestic bliss. What they actually created was a paradise for industrial-scale chicanery. The moment the law was passed, the state's relationship with alcohol shifted from a public transaction to a private high-stakes game of hide the jug. The saloons didn't disappear. They simply moved into the basement and stopped putting signs in the window. Oregon became a land of private clubs, where the only membership requirement was the ability to knock on a door in a specific rhythmic pattern and look suspiciously at the sky. Forest alchemy, stills in the Douglas firs. If you want to hide a copper still, a device that is essentially a pressurized steam engine designed to produce liquid fire, the temperate rainforests of western Oregon are an ideal location. The canopy is so thick that smoke from a fire is dispersed into the mist before it can reach the eyes of a lawman, and the constant sound of dripping water provides a perfect acoustic cover for the clanking of jars. The Oregon moonshiner was a technological wizard of the underbrush. He had to be. Making bathtub gin or fir tree firewater in a damp climate required a mastery of thermodynamics and a profound indifference to the possibility of blowing oneself to the moon. They used old radiators, copper tubing, and anything else they could scavenge to build their apparatus. The resulting product was often a substance of terrifying potency. It was said that Oregon white lightning could strip the paint off a barn and cure a toothache by simply causing the patient to forget they had a head. It was an artisanal, small-batch industry run by men who viewed the law as a minor suggestion and the tax collector as a personal insult. The high desert smugglers, a paradise for the fast and the fearless. While the western side of the state was busy fermenting grain in the bushes, the high desert of eastern and central Oregon became the great highway of sin. Between Bend and the Idaho border lies a vast open landscape where the horizons are long and the hiding spots are sparse, but the roads are straight. This was the era of the bootlegger's run. Men with souped-up Model Ts and early V8s would race across the sagebrush at night, their headlights off, carrying crates of Canadian export, which was often just regular whiskey with a fancy label, toward the thirsty masses in Portland. The high desert smuggler was a different breed than the forest moonshiner. He wasn't a chemist. He was a pilot of the dust. He had to know every back road, every dry creek bed, and exactly how much gravity he could defy before his car flipped over. The pro-high agents, the federal and state officers tasked with stopping the flow, were usually 2 steps behind, driving government-issued vehicles that had the top speed of a tired mule. It was a cat-and-mouse game played out across the basalt plateaus, fueled by adrenaline and the promise of a 500% markup on every bottle. The blind pig and the medicinal loophole. In the cities, prohibition took on a more sophisticated level of absurdity. Because you couldn't legally sell a drink, people began to charge for admissions. You would pay 50 cents to see a blind pig, a supposedly rare, sightless animal kept in a back room. Upon entering, you would discover that the pig was actually a bottle of rye and a glass, and the 50 cents was just a donation to the Agricultural Preservation Society. Then, of course, there was the medical loophole. It is a well-documented fact of history that during Prohibition, the general health of the Oregon populace took a sudden and dramatic turn for the worse. Thousands of citizens were suddenly afflicted with nervous exhaustion, general malaise, or the ever-popular cough that won't go away. The cure, according to many a sympathetic and perhaps thirsty physician, was a prescription for spiritus frumenti, medicinal whiskey. A man could walk into a pharmacy with a piece of paper signed by a doctor and walk out with a pint of the finest medicine the government allowed. I reckon that if you looked at the medical records of 1925, you would conclude that Oregon was the sickest state in the Union. Yet, curiously, everyone seemed to be in a remarkably good mood on Saturday nights. The legacy of liquid defiance. Prohibition in Oregon finally collapsed under the weight of its own ridiculousness in 1933. The Holy Rollers had failed to turn the state into a tea room, and the Parched had succeeded in turning the state into a network of secret tunnels and high-speed car chases. But the era left its mark. It cemented the Oregonian identity as a person who doesn't like being told what to do, especially by someone who doesn't have a wet flannel shirt. It fostered a culture of independent production that would, decades later, blossom into the microbrewery revolution. Today, we look at a craft brewery as a pillar of the community, but we must never forget that its spiritual ancestor was a man in a rain-soaked hat, hidden in the woods, trying to figure out if he could turn a bushel of wheat and a copper radiator into a reason to keep living. A bedtime reflection on the dry years. As you settle into your blankets, let the frantic energy of the speakeasy and the bootlegger fade into the quiet night. The blind pigs have all been retired, and the copper stills have been polished and put in museums or repurposed into very expensive coffee machines. Think of the high desert at night. It is a vast, silent ocean of sagebrush and starlight. Somewhere on a lonely dirt road near Prineville, the ghost of a 1920s Ford is still racing the wind, its trunk full of imaginary bottles. The driver isn't afraid of the law anymore. He's just a part of the landscape now, a flicker of light in the corner of history's eye. Listen to the silence of the forest. The Douglas firs are standing tall and dark, keeping the secrets of the old moonshiners. The rain is falling just as it did in 1916, but now it's just water. It's not a challenge. It's not an ingredient. It's just the earth taking a long, slow drink. You don't have to knock on any secret doors tonight. You don't have to worry about the pro-high agents or the quality of the spiritus frumenti. You have the ultimate luxury, a quiet mind and a dry bed. Close your eyes. Feel the weight of the night air, cool and clean. Imagine yourself sitting on a porch in the high desert, watching the shadows of the clouds move across the rimrock. The dry years are over. The wet years are here to stay. And the only thing you need to prescribe for yourself is a long, deep, and uninterrupted slumber. Sleep now, citizen of the Republic of Rain. The law is at rest. The jugs are empty, and the morning is a wide open road with no one chasing you. Good night, and may your dreams be as smooth as a 100-year-old bourbon and as peaceful as a desert night after the storm has passed. Chapter 13. The Dust Bowl. Trading. One type of misery for a slightly wetter one. It is a fundamental law of human nature that the grass is always greener on the other side of the fence, provided that the fence isn't currently being buried by a 3-story high wall of airborne topsoil. In the 1930s, a large portion of the American Midwest decided to relocate itself to the Pacific Northwest. This was not a voluntary vacation. It was a geographical evacuation. The Great Plains had decided to stop being a breadbasket and start being a cat litter box, and the inhabitants had concluded that they would rather drown in an Oregon rainstorm than be mummified in an Oklahoma dust storm. This period of history is often spoken of with great solemnity, and many black and white photographs of people looking very sad while standing next to broken-down jalopies. And while the tragedy was real, the audacity of the migration was pure, unadulterated comedy. We saw a mass movement of people who had spent a decade praying for a single drop of rain, only to arrive in a state where the sky has no off switch. It was the ultimate be careful what you wish for scenario, played out across 2,000 miles of highway. The Great American Sandbox. Before we get to Oregon, we must understand the dust. You see, back in the states of Oklahoma, Kansas, and Arkansas, the farmers had spent years plowing up the native grasses to plant wheat. They were very successful at this, right up until the moment the rain stopped and the wind started. Suddenly, the soil of the nation was no longer in the ground. It was in the curtains, in the soup, and in the lungs of every living creature for 6 counties. A man could wake up in Kansas and by lunch find that his neighbor's farm had moved into his living room. It was a time when a man didn't dust his house. He excavated it. When the black blizzards began to roll across the plains, looking like the literal end of the world, the people packed their lives into Fords and Chevrolets that were held together by baling wire and sheer desperate hope. They headed west. They had heard rumors of a place called Oregon, a land where the trees were so tall they tickled the clouds, and where water actually fell from the sky on a regular, almost obsessive basis. The arrival, the shock of the saturated. Now, imagine, if you will, a family from the Texas Panhandle. They haven't seen a green leaf in 4 years. They have forgotten what the color blue looks like because the sky has been a permanent shade of depressed brown. They cross the Cascades, descend into the Willamette Valley in November, and are greeted by the standard Oregon greeting, a 40-day deluge. At first, I reckon, they were overjoyed. They probably stood out in the mud, mouths open, trying to drink the atmosphere. "Look, Martha," the father would cry, "it's real water, and it's not even mixed with grit." But after 3 weeks of the Oregon drizzle, the novelty began to wear off. They realized that while the dust had tried to suffocate them, the damp was trying to dissolve them. Their clothes wouldn't dry. Their shoes began to sprout a fine velvet-like layer of green mold. Their children started to look like they were developing interdigital membranes. They had traded a dry misery for a wet misery, and they quickly discovered that being soggy is its own special kind of torture. The Oregon welcome mat, which was also wet. The native Oregonians, the Webfoots who had been there since the 1850s, see Chapter 6, were not exactly rolling out the red carpet. They looked at the thousands of Okies and Arkies arriving in their battered trucks and saw a threat to their own precarious existence. The Great Depression had already hit Oregon's primary industries, logging and salmon, with the force of a falling redwood. The mills were silent, the canneries were empty, and the state was already full of people who were wondering where their next biscuit was coming from. To have 100,000 more people show up, all looking for work and a dry place to sleep, was seen by the locals as a meteorological insult. They set up Hoovervilles along the banks of the Willamette, shanty towns made of scrap metal, packing crates, and discarded tin. It was a bleak, miserable existence, made even more charming by the fact that the river would occasionally rise up and try to reclaim the real estate. It was a struggle for survival in a landscape that was lush and green, which only served to make the poverty look more ironic. In the Dust Bowl, everything looked dead because it was dead. In Oregon, you could starve to death while surrounded by some of the most beautiful scenery on the planet. The fruit pickers and the hop wars. For many of the migrants, the only path to a paycheck was the seasonal circuit. They became nomadic harvesters, moving from the apple orchards of Hood River to the berry fields of the valley, and finally to the hop yards. If you have never stood in an Oregon hop yard in August, you have missed out on a very specific kind of purgatory. The hops grow on towering trellises, creating a dark, humid forest of vines. The work is backbreaking, the heat is stifling, and the pollen makes your eyes feel like someone has rubbed them with sandpaper. The migrants lived in labor camps, which were essentially rows of tents or shacks provided by the growers. They were paid by the pound, which meant the entire family, from the grandfather to the 5-year-old, had to pick with a frantic, rhythmic intensity just to earn enough for a sack of beans and a gallon of milk. It was a hard, dusty, and ironically dry job in the middle of a wet state, but it was work. And for a man who had seen his farm blow away in a windstorm, any work that involved plants was a step in the right direction. The government to the rescue, dams and ditties. Then came the New Deal. The federal government, in a fit of architectural ambition, decided that the best way to solve the Depression was to build giant concrete walls across the Columbia River. Projects like the Bonneville Dam were massive undertakings that provided thousands of jobs for the migrants. They weren't just building a dam, they were building the future. They were harnessing the power of the river to provide electricity, a commodity that most of the workers couldn't afford, and whose purpose they only dimly understood. To help sell the project to the public, the government hired a young folk singer named Woody Guthrie. They paid him to write songs about the Grand Coulee and the Roll On Columbia. Woody spent a month driving around Oregon in a government car, looking at the rain and the rivers, and produced some of the finest propaganda in the history of folk music. "Roll on, Columbia, roll on," he sang, while the migrants hammered at the concrete and the locals wondered if the dam would turn the salmon, see Chapter 8, into a memory. The dams brought power, but they also changed the character of the river forever. They turned a wild, roaring torrent into a series of controlled bathtubs, ensuring that while the people might have electricity for their radios, the salmon would have to learn how to use an elevator. A bedtime reflection on the resilience of the soggy. As you lie there now, protected from both the dust of the plains and the drizzle of the valley, take a moment to honor the sheer, unkillable hope of the migrant. They were a people who lost everything, their land, their homes, their dignity, and yet they kept driving west. They kept looking for the Garden of Eden, even when they found out it was mostly a basement of mildew. Think of a Hooverville at night in 1935. The rain is drumming on the tin roofs of the shacks. Inside, a family is huddled around a small stove made from an oil drum. They are tired, they are hungry, and their socks have been wet for 3 weeks. But they are safe. They aren't coughing up dirt. They can hear the river flowing, and they know that tomorrow there will be work in the berry fields. The Great Depression is over now. The Hoovervilles have been replaced by parks and condos. The dams are still there, humming with the weight of the water, providing the power that is currently keeping your nightlight on. Listen to the silence of your room. It is a quiet that was bought with the labor of people who didn't have a choice. It is a peace that was built on the ruins of the Dust Bowl and the mud of the Willamette. You don't have to pick any hops tomorrow. You don't have to worry about the black blizzard or the rising river. Your jalopy is parked safely in the driveway, and your claim is a warm bed in a dry house. Close your eyes. Imagine the Columbia River rolling on, silver and powerful in the moonlight. It is a river of time, carrying away the dust and the sorrow. The migrants are at rest. The orchards are sleeping. The black blizzards have all been laid to rest by the green mists. Sleep now, inhabitant of the modern world. The struggle is done. The rain is just a lullaby, and the grass is exactly as green as it needs to be. Good night, and may your dreams be free of dust and full of the quiet, steady rhythm of a river that never stops rolling. Chapter 14. The Great Timber Rush, Turning Forests into Floorboards and Myths. If you were to take a bird's-eye view of Oregon in the late 19th century, which would have required you to be either a very ambitious eagle or a person with a catastrophic misunderstanding of gravity, you would have seen a landscape that was essentially one giant emerald green hairpiece. The state was covered in a carpet of Douglas fir, western red cedar, and hemlock so thick that the ground hadn't seen a direct sunbeam since the invention of the wheel. To a poet, this was a cathedral of nature. To a timber cruiser, it was a standing army of dollar bills. The Great Timber Rush was not so much an era of history as it was a 2-decade-long mugging of the landscape. It was a time when men decided that the most noble thing a 500-year-old tree could do was become a joist in a San Francisco townhouse, or a particularly sturdy crate for shipping pineapples. It was an industry built on the 3 pillars of 19th century success: spectacular greed, incredible danger, and the misery whip. The timber barons, buying the horizon for a nickel. The rush didn't start with an axe, it started with a ledger. Men like Frederick Weyerhaeuser and his contemporaries looked at the federal land laws with the same hungry gaze a wolf gives a particularly plump sheep. Through a series of legislative misunderstandings and the liberal application of whiskey to government officials, these timber barons managed to acquire millions of acres of old-growth forest for prices that would make a modern real estate agent collapse into a fit of weeping. They didn't want the land, they wanted the stumpage. They viewed the forest as a crop that had been waiting for them to arrive with a bill of sale. To these men, a tree was not a living thing. It was a vertical pile of board feet. They sat in their mahogany-paneled offices in Portland or Tacoma, moving their fingers across maps of the Cascades, deciding which mountain range would be shaved next. It was a gold rush, where the gold was green, tall, and didn't require a pan, just a very long saw and a total lack of sentimentality. The lumberjack, a study in grease and grit. While the barons were counting their money, the lumberjacks were busy trying not to be flattened by 300 tons of falling vegetation. The life of a logger in the 1880s was a masterpiece of biological endurance. They lived in logging camps, temporary settlements built of unpeeled logs that smelled primarily of wet wool, tobacco spit, and the collective unwashed feet of 60 men. The diet of a lumberjack was designed to provide the caloric intake of a small steam engine. A typical breakfast consisted of a stack of flapjacks the size of manhole covers, a side of salt pork that was 90% translucent fat, and coffee that could dissolve a horseshoe. They ate in absolute silence. This was a camp rule. A man who talked during breakfast was a man who wasn't eating, and a man who wasn't eating was a man who was going to faint the moment he picked up his axe. The lumberjack aesthetic was born of necessity. They wore heavy wool tin pants, so named because they were so stiff with grease and dirt they could stand up on their own, hobnailed boots that could climb a vertical cliff, and hats that were designed to deflect everything except a direct hit from a falling branch. They were the original high-risk, low-reward employees, working from can see to can't see for wages that would barely cover the cost of a new pair of suspenders. The misery whip and the widowmaker. Before the invention of the chainsaw, a device that replaced manual labor with high-decibel internal combustion, the primary tool of the trade was the crosscut saw. In the woods, it was affectionately known as the misery whip. It was a 6-foot-long ribbon of steel with teeth like a shark, operated by 2 men standing on springboards notched into the side of a tree 10 feet above the ground. They would pull that saw back and forth for hours, rhythmic and relentless, until the giant would groan, crack, and begin its long, screaming descent toward the earth. This was the moment of maximum peril. A falling tree does not always go where it is told. It can kick back off the stump, or it can snag another tree and drop a widowmaker, a heavy dead branch that falls with the silence of a ghost and the impact of a sledgehammer. Many a logger ended his career and his life in the mud of the Oregon forest, a victim of a tree that decided to take one last swing at its tormentors. The steam donkey, putting the industrial in industrialization. As the 19th century drew to a close, the industry was revolutionized by a device with the most undignified name in mechanical history: the steam donkey. Inventory by John Dolbear, the steam donkey was essentially a steam engine on a sled. It used a system of cables and whistles to skid the massive logs out of the woods and toward the river or the railhead. It was loud. It spat sparks that frequently set the entire forest on fire, and it required a whistle punk, usually a 12-year-old boy whose only job was to pull a wire and make the engine go toot-toot. The steam donkey changed everything. It meant that logs no longer had to be moved by teams of oxen, who, as we noted in Chapter 3, were generally uncooperative. It meant that the harvest could be accelerated to a frantic pace. The hillsides of the Coast Range began to look like they had been visited by a giant angry barber. Where there had been ancient silence, there was now the clatter of cables and the roar of the boiler. The creation of Paul Bunyan, a myth for the masses. To make this industrial-scale destruction feel more like a wholesome American adventure, the timber companies helped promote the legend of Paul Bunyan. Paul was a giant who could clear a whole state with one swing of his axe, and he had a blue ox named Babe who could pull the kinks out of a crooked road. It was a magnificent bit of marketing. It turned the ecological devastation of the Northwest into a tall tale for children. If Paul Bunyan did it, it wasn't deforestation. It was pioneering. It was a way to frame the loss of the old-growth forest as a feat of heroic strength rather than a simple matter of board feet and quarterly dividends. The real loggers, of course, knew better. They knew that there were no giants in the woods. only tired men with sore backs and a permanent layer of sawdust in their ears. But they liked the stories anyway, mostly because Paul Bunyan didn't have to worry about fleas in his bunkhouse or the price of flapjacks. The transition to a view. Eventually, even the timber barons realized that you cannot cut down a forest forever. By the mid-20th century, the Great Rush had slowed. The giants were mostly gone, replaced by second growth, trees that were planted in neat rows like corn and harvested before they had a chance to develop a personality. Today, Oregon's relationship with its trees has shifted. We have realized that a standing tree is often worth more as a scenic vista for a tourist than as a pile of lumber. We have timber festivals, where people compete to see who can climb a pole the fastest, celebrating a lifestyle that most of them only know from old photographs. The Misery Whip is now a wall decoration in a restaurant that serves $12 burgers, a bedtime reflection on the whispering firs. As you settle into your own timber-framed sanctuary tonight, let the sound of the axes and the whistles of the steam donkeys fade into the mist. The great clear-cuts are being slowly reclaimed by the moss. The hillsides are turning green again, though the trees are younger and perhaps a bit more anxious than their ancestors. Think of the forest at night. It is a quiet, hallowed place. The wind moves through the needles of the Douglas firs with a sound that is half sigh, half song. The owls are on patrol, and the deer are moving through the ferns, indifferent to the price of lumber or the legacy of Frederick Weyerhaeuser. The Misery Whips are silent. The springboards have all rotted away. The lumberjacks are all asleep in the great silent bunkhouse of history, where the coffee is always hot and the blankets are always dry. You are safe in your lodge. The wood that surrounds you, the floors, the rafters, the very bed beneath you, is a gift from a forest that gave everything so that you could have a place to rest. Feel the sturdiness of it. It is a quiet strength, a memory of the sun and the rain held fast in the grain of the wood. Close your eyes. Imagine the scent of fresh cedar and damp earth. It is the smell of Oregon, the smell of endurance. You are drifting now away from the industry, away from the grease, and back into the deep, dark green. There are no widow makers here. There is only the canopy, stretched out above you like a protective hand, blocking out the stars and the worries of the day. Sleep now under the shelter of the pines. The forest is watching, the rain is falling, and the history of the timber rush has finally reached its own peaceful, silent conclusion. Good night, and may your dreams be as tall as a redwood and as sturdy as an old-growth heart. Chapter 15. The Exploding Whale, a masterpiece of Oregonian logic. I have observed, in my long and somewhat weary travels across this terrestrial ball, that when man is faced with a problem of immense proportions and even larger odor, his first instinct is not to consult a man of science or a philosopher of nature. No, his first instinct is to reach for a box of dynamite and a very long fuse. There is something in the human soul, particularly the Oregonian soul, that believes there is no difficulty on God's green earth that cannot be solved by the judicious application of high explosives. In November of 1970, the town of Florence, Oregon, became the site of what I consider to be the greatest triumph of enthusiasm over physics in the history of the Republic. It is a tale that begins with a tragedy of the sea and ends with a rain of blubber that redefined the meaning of the word fall out. The uninvited guest. The drama began when a 45-foot, 8-ton sperm whale decided to depart this mortal coil and wash up on a beach just south of the Siaslaw River. Now, a whale in the ocean is a majestic creature, a poem of blubber and grace. A whale on a beach, however, is a biological ticking time bomb. Within 48 hours of its arrival, the whale had transitioned from a marvel of nature to a stink of biblical proportions. The citizens of Florence were in a quandary. You cannot simply ignore 8 tons of decomposing mammal when the wind is blowing toward the local saltwater taffy shops. You cannot bury it, for the sand is treacherous and the tide is persistent. You cannot tow it out to sea, for the surf was heavy and the whale, in its infinite post-mortem wisdom, had settled into the sand with the permanence of a tax lien. The responsibility for this aromatic catastrophe fell by a quirk of Oregon law to the Oregon State Highway Division. Why the people in charge of paving roads and filling potholes were tasked with disposing of a deep-sea leviathan remains one of those bureaucratic mysteries that passeth all understanding. Perhaps the state viewed the beach as a sandy highway, and the whale as a very large, very oily stalled vehicle. The Thornton Plan. Vaporization via enthusiasm. The man of the hour was an engineer named George Thornton. George was a man of action. He looked at the whale and he didn't see a carcass. He saw a challenge in demolition. His logic was as simple as it was flawed. If you put enough dynamite under one side of the whale, the explosion would blast the creature into 1,000,000 tiny pieces, which would then be eaten by seagulls or carried away by the tide. It was a beautiful theory. It possessed the kind of elegant symmetry that only looks good on a clipboard. George decided that 20 cases, nearly half a ton of dynamite, would be sufficient to vaporize the problem. I have often thought that if George had consulted a physicist, or perhaps just a man who had once blown up a stump, he might have been told that dynamite does not vaporize organic matter. It merely relocates it with extreme prejudice. But George was undeterred. He was a pioneer of the New Oregon, a man who believed that if the pioneers could cross the Rockies in a wagon, he could certainly send a whale into orbit. The spectacle of the century. On the day of the great detonation, the beach at Florence took on the atmosphere of a county fair. Hundreds of spectators gathered on the dunes, bringing their cameras, their picnic lunches, and a total lack of protective headgear. A local television reporter named Paul Linman arrived with a film crew, sensing that he was about to witness history. There was a palpable sense of excitement in the air. The crowd stood about a quarter of a mile back, which they assumed was a safe distance. They were wrong. They were spectacularly, hilariously wrong. George Thornton gave the signal. The plunger was pushed, and for a brief, glorious second, the Oregon coast was home to the world's most expensive and least productive volcano. The reign of the red manna. The explosion was a masterpiece of cinematic violence. A massive column of sand, smoke, and whale bits erupted into the sky, reaching heights that made the local seagulls reconsider their career paths. For a moment, there was a stunned silence as the crowd watched the debris hang in the air, framed against the gray Oregon sky. And then the laws of gravity, which had been briefly suspended by George Thornton's ambition, reasserted themselves. It began as a gentle patter like the first few drops of a summer rain. But this was not rain. It was blubber. Massive, dripping chunks of whale meat began to fall from the heavens, raining down on the spectators, the dunes, and the nearby parking lot. It was a scene from a nightmare designed by a particularly vengeful butcher. The crowd, which had been cheering seconds before, suddenly realized that they were in the splash zone. They turned and fled, their screams muffled by the thud, thud, thud of rancid fat hitting the sand. One piece of blubber, the size of a coffee table, fell with such pinpoint accuracy that it completely flattened a brand-new Oldsmobile Regency parked over a quarter of a mile away. The owner of the car, a veteran who had presumably survived real wars, was found staring at the wreckage of his vehicle, which was now covered in a layer of whale grease that no amount of wax could ever truly fix. The aftermath. Whale everywhere. When the smoke cleared and the red mist settled, the people of Florence made a disappointing discovery. The whale had not been vaporized. The million tiny pieces George Thornton had promised were actually several thousand medium-sized pieces scattered across 3 square miles of coastline. The seagulls, which were supposed to be the cleanup crew, were nowhere to be seen. Apparently, even a seagull has its limits, and dynamited sand-covered sperm whale was not on the menu. The highway division ended up having to bury the remaining chunks anyway, which is exactly what they should have done in the first place, and without the added expense of a half-ton of explosives and a ruined Oldsmobile. The legend of the exploding whale grew with every passing year. In the early days of the global computer network, the footage of the blast became one of the first things people shared with one another, proving that while technology changes, our love for watching a large object blow up is eternal. It remains Oregon's most famous contribution to the "what were they thinking" category of human achievement. A bedtime reflection on the limits of logic. As you settle into your pillow, far from the reach of falling blubber and the smell of a 50-year-old carcass, let the absurdity of the Florence whale soothe your mind. It is a reminder that even the best-laid plans of engineers and highway departments are subject to the whimsical interference of the universe. Think of the beach at Florence tonight. The sand is clean. The waves are rolling in with a steady, rhythmic pulse that has no interest in dynamite. The seagulls are asleep on the cliffs, and the only thing in the air is the scent of salt and the cool, damp breath of the Pacific. The red rain is a distant memory. The Oldsmobile has long since been recycled into something more useful, like a toaster or a bridge. George Thornton has moved on to that great drafting table in the sky, where the dynamite is plentiful and the whales are made of clouds. There are no explosions planned for tonight. There are no 8-ton problems washed up on the shore of your consciousness. The highway division of your brain has clocked out for the evening, and the construction crew of your dreams is setting up shop in a quiet, grease-free meadow. Close your eyes. Imagine the vastness of the ocean, where the whales are swimming in the deep, dark quiet, far below the reach of the sun and the highway department. They are moving with a slow, majestic grace, their hearts beating like giant drums in the silence of the abyss. Listen to the sound of the surf in your mind, in and out, in and out. It is the oldest lullaby on earth. It is the sound of the world being washed clean. Every mistake, every explosion, every poorly timed decision is eventually smoothed over by the tide. You are safe, you are dry, and you are a mile away from the nearest stick of dynamite. Sleep now, citizen of the coast. The whale is at peace, the beach is empty, and the only thing falling from the sky is the soft velvet curtain of a perfect night. Good night, and may your dreams be free of falling blubber and full of the quiet majesty of a sea that keeps its secrets and its whales firmly underwater. Chapter 16. The Rajneeshis. When a guru buys a zip code. If there is one thing that the high desert of Central Oregon possesses in abundance, it is silence. It is a wide, ancient, and deeply indifferent silence that has seen the rise and fall of volcanoes, the passage of the pioneers, and the slow, agonizing death of several thousand sagebrush plants. It is a land that does not particularly care for excitement. It is a land of cattle, dust, and men who believe that a 5-minute conversation is a reckless waste of oxygen. But in 1981, this silence was shattered by the arrival of a fleet of 93 Rolls-Royces and several thousand individuals dressed exclusively in varying shades of sunset red and purple. This was the arrival of Bhagwan Sri Rajneesh and his followers, known to the locals as the Rajneeshis. It was a collision of cultures so spectacular, so absurd, and so thoroughly un-Oregonian that it remains the gold standard for what on earth just happened in the history of the Republic. The Big Muddy Ranch, a study in spiritual real estate. The stage for this drama was the Big Muddy Ranch, a 64,000-acre patch of rimrock and rattlesnakes near the tiny, sleepy town of Antelope. At the time, Antelope was a town of 40 people, most of whom were retired and whose primary civic activity was watching the grass not grow. Then came the Bhagwan. Now, I have always held a certain grudging admiration for a man who can convince thousands of people to give him their life savings in exchange for the promise of enlightenment and a necklace with his picture on it. It is a classic bit of charlatanry polished to a high Eastern sheen. The Bhagwan didn't just want a retreat. He wanted a sovereign city-state. He wanted a place where he could sit in total silence while his followers did the heavy lifting, the organic farming, and the complicated legal maneuvering required to bypass every zoning law in the state of Oregon. The red people descended upon the ranch like a technicolor plague. Within months, they had built an airport, a power plant, a post office, and a meditation hall large enough to house a small army. They were industrious, they were educated, and they were, most alarmingly to the locals, entirely too cheerful. There is nothing an Oregon rancher distrusts more than a person who is smiling at 6 o'clock in the morning, especially if that person is wearing a silk robe and smells of expensive sandalwood. Ma Anand Sheila, the CEO of the soul. Every guru needs a lieutenant, and the Bhagwan had Ma Anand Sheila. Sheila was a woman of diminutive stature and a vocabulary that would make a mule skinner blush. She was the enforcer, the woman who spoke while the Bhagwan remained silent, a convenient arrangement that allowed him to avoid being deposed in court. Sheila's philosophy of diplomacy was essentially that of a circular saw. If a neighbor complained about the noise, she insulted their ancestors on national television. If the state of Oregon questioned their land use, she threatened to take over the county. She was a master of the media offensive, turning every local grievance into a grand cosmic battle between the enlightened and the narrow-minded bigots of Antelope. The conflict reached its peak when the Rajneeshis did something that was perfectly legal and yet thoroughly terrifying. They bought all the property in Antelope. They moved in, changed the name of the town to Rajneeshpuram, and took over the city council. The original residents, many of whom had lived there for 80 years, found themselves living in a town where the police wore red uniforms and the primary industry was dynamic meditation, which apparently involved a great deal of screaming and jumping up and down. The Rolls-Royce parade, divine excess. We must discuss the cars. A man who preaches the renunciation of worldly desires would, in a rational world, perhaps drive a sensible used Volvo. But the Bhagwan was a man of style. He had a collection of 93 Rolls-Royces, each one more garish than the last. Every afternoon, he would go for a drive through the ranch. The followers would line the road, throwing roses and chanting, while the Bhagwan sat in the back of a silver Corniche, staring straight ahead and occasionally waving a hand in a way that suggested he was blessing the air, or perhaps just checking for humidity. It was a parade of pure, unadulterated vanity, performed daily in the middle of a desert, where the most common vehicle was a Ford F-150 with a broken tailgate. The locals looked on with a mixture of awe and fury. To them, the Rolls-Royces were a symbol of everything that was wrong with the world. They were an affront to the webfoot ethos of practicality and thrift. In Oregon, you don't buy 93 of anything unless it's cans of salmon or boxes of nails. To buy 93 luxury cars was a declaration of war against the very concept of common sense. The salad bar sabotage, a new low in conflict resolution. As the legal pressure from the state increased, the Rajneeshi leadership, primarily Sheila and her inner circle, decided that the best way to win the upcoming county election was to ensure that the opposition was too busy in the bathroom to vote. In what remains the largest bioterror attack in United States history, they cultivated salmonella in their lab and sprinkled it on the salad bars of 10 restaurants in the nearby town of the Dalles. Their logic was as simple as it was villainous. If the townies were incapacitated by a sudden and violent digestive mutiny, the Rajneeshi block vote would carry the day. Over 700 people fell ill. It was a low, dirty, and remarkably unsanitary bit of business. It wasn't the work of enlightened beings. It was the work of people who had spent too much time in the sun and not enough time reading the Bill of Rights. The salad bar sabotage was the beginning of the end. It turned the state's curiosity into a full-scale federal investigation, and the red cloud began to show signs of a coming storm. The collapse and the great exodus. Like all empires built on the whims of a single personality and a questionable tax structure, Rajneeshpuram fell apart with spectacular speed. Internal paranoia took hold. Sheila and her cohorts fled to Europe, taking a significant portion of the spirituality fund with them. The Bhagwan finally broke his silence to blame everything on Sheila, calling her a power-hungry bitch, and claiming he knew nothing of the poisonings, the wiretapping, or the attempted assassinations. It was a classic "who, me" performance. But the FBI was not impressed. The Bhagwan was eventually arrested while trying to flee the country in a private jet, which, tragically, could not fit all 93 Rolls-Royces. He was deported, the ranch was sold, and the followers, now broke and confused, dispersed back to the corners of the earth from whence they came. The big muddy ranch returned to the cows. The meditation hall was eventually turned into a youth camp, and the Rolls Royces were auctioned off to people who probably didn't realize they were buying a piece of divine history. The town of Antelope changed its name back, the original residents returned to their porches, and the desert silence moved back in, thick and heavy as ever. A bedtime reflection on the mirage. As you settle into your blankets, far from the red robes and the roar of a luxury engine, let the absurdity of the Rajneeshis fade into the night. It is a reminder that the Oregon desert has a way of swallowing up even the loudest of ambitions. Whether it is a timber baron, a gold miner, or a silent guru, the rim rock eventually wins. Think of the big muddy ranch tonight. The sagebrush is swaying in the wind. The stars are bright and cold over the high desert. There are no more chanting crowds, no more red-clad police, no more Ma Anand Sheila on the nightly news. There is only the quiet. The 1980s were a strange time in the Northwest, a decade where a guru could buy a zip code and a salad bar could become a battlefield. But it is over now. The red cloud has passed. The Webfoots are still here, still wearing their flannel, still distrusting anyone who smiles too much in the morning. Close your eyes. Imagine yourself sitting on a fence rail at the edge of the desert. The air is cool and smells of juniper and dust. The only light is the silver glow of the moon on the basalt cliffs. It is a peace that costs nothing. It is a silence that doesn't require a Rolls-Royce to enjoy. You are drifting now, away from the conflict, away from the controversy, and into the wide open spaces of your own mind. There are no zoning laws in your dreams. There are no city councils to worry about. Listen to the stillness. It is the heartbeat of the earth, slow and steady. The desert is at rest. The guru is gone. The ranch is just land again. And you are exactly where you need to be, safe, quiet, and ready to let the night take over. Sleep now, under the vast Oregon sky. The history is written, the dust has settled, and the morning is a long, quiet way away. Good night, and may your dreams be as peaceful as a desert ranch when the last Rolls-Royce has disappeared over the horizon. Chapter 17, The Silicon Forest, Computers in the Underbrush. In the natural progression of human folly, there usually comes a point where a civilization grows tired of hitting things with axes and starts looking for a way to make a living while remaining indoors and, more importantly, dry. For over a century, Oregon's economy had been based on the Great Extraction, taking things out of the ground, off the trees, or out of the river. But by the middle of the 20th century, a new breed of pioneer began to emerge. These were not men of iron muscle and calloused hands. These were men of thick spectacles and a profound, intimate relationship with the electron. They called it the Silicon Forest. It was a marketing term of such transparently desperate optimism that it deserves a place in the Smithsonian alongside the pet rock and the steam-powered wig. The idea was to convince the world that Oregon was no longer a damp collection of lumber camps, but a futuristic utopia where computers grew in the underbrush like chanterelles. It was a transition from the sawdust era to the circuit board era, and as you might expect, it was handled with the typical Oregonian mixture of technical brilliance and total social bewilderment. Tektronix, the mother of the electronic woods. The story of the Silicon Forest begins not in a shiny glass tower, but in a basement in Portland just after World War II. Two fellows named Howard Vollum and Jack Murdoch decided that what the world really needed was a better way to look at a sound wave. They founded a company called Tektronix, and they invented the triggered sweep oscilloscope. Now, if you were to show an oscilloscope to a 19th century Oregonian logger, he would likely assume it was a device for communicating with ghosts, or perhaps a very expensive way to tell the time in a cave. It is a box with a green screen that shows a little dancing line of light. To the average citizen, it is about as exciting as watching moss grow on a north-facing fir. But to the engineer, it was the Holy Grail. Tektronix became the mother of the forest. It grew with the speed of an invasive blackberry vine. By the 1960s, it was the largest employer in the state. Thousands of people in Beaverton and Hillsborough were suddenly spending their days peering through magnifying glasses, soldering tiny wires together with the precision of a Swiss watchmaker. They were creating the tools that would build the modern world, yet they still went home at night to houses that smelled of damp wool and cedar smoke. It was a bridge between the primitive and the polarized, and the bridge was made of copper. The Intel invasion. Precision in a puddle. If Tektronix was the mother of the forest, Intel was the giant multinational lumberjack that moved in and decided to clear-cut the market. In the 1970s, Intel looked at the rolling hills of Washington County and saw something that no one else had noticed, a workforce of webfoots, who were already accustomed to working in a state of permanent indoor confinement. Intel brought the microchip to Oregon. Now, a microchip is a device so small that a single speck of dust can ruin its entire career. This creates a fascinating irony. Oregon is a state where the air is regularly filled with pollen, wood smoke, volcanic ash, and a variety of mist that can penetrate a brick wall. To build microchips here, you have to create a clean room, a space where the air is filtered so thoroughly that it makes a surgical theater look like a pigsty. I find it a masterpiece of human irony that we chose one of the dampest, dustiest, and most pollen-infested corners of the continent to build things that require 0 parts per million of impurity. Thousands of Oregonians began to spend their workdays dressed in bunny suits, white, head-to-toe polyester pajamas that make a grown man look like an oversized marshmallow with a Ph.D. They would leave their muddy trucks in the parking lot, strip off their flannel, put on a bunny suit, and spend 8 hours in a room where the air was cleaner than a baby's conscience. Then they would walk back out into the rain, get back into their muddy trucks, and go home to feed their goats. The Sunset Highway, a parking lot with a view. To accommodate this digital explosion, the state built the Sunset Highway. The name itself is a bit of a fib, as sunset implies a visibility that is rarely present, and highway implies a speed that is rarely achieved. The Sunset Highway became the main artery of the Silicon Forest. Every morning, a great herd of engineers, programmers, and technical writers, a profession dedicated to explaining things that no one wants to read, would crawl westward from Portland toward the campuses of Beaverton and Hillsborough. It was a slow, rhythmic migration. On a clear day, which occurs in Oregon about as often as a politician admits he was wrong, you could see the snow-capped peak of Mount Hood in the rearview mirror. But mostly, you just saw the taillights of 1,000 Volvos and Subarus, all blinking in the drizzle like a synchronized school of metallic fish. The forest was no longer made of wood. It was made of commuters and fiber optic cable, and the only thing being harvested was intellectual property. The evolution of the nerd. In the early days of Oregon, a successful man was defined by how many trees he could fell or how many salmon he could salt. In the Silicon Forest era, the successful man was a fellow who could write a line of code that made a computer go beep instead of boop. The social hierarchy of Oregon shifted. The nerd became the new pioneer. He didn't wear buckskin, he wore a pocket protector. He didn't carry a misery whip saw, he carried a slide rule. But curiously, he retained the essential Oregonian character. He was still a hermit at heart. He didn't want to live in a big, flashy city. He wanted to live in a house in the woods where he could play Dungeons and Dragons and brew his own beer in a bathtub. The Silicon Forest allowed Oregon to become wealthy without losing its eccentricity. You would have men who were literal world experts in semiconductor lithography, yet they would spend their weekends arguing about the proper way to compost a turnip or volunteering at a Renaissance fair where they could dress up as wizards and pretend the 20th century never happened. It was a state of mind where the cutting edge of technology lived right next door to a man who hadn't changed his overalls since the Eisenhower administration. The digital puddle, a modern webfoot reality. Today, the Silicon Forest is no longer a novelty. It is the bedrock of the state. We have become a land of clean rooms and cloud storage, but we are still Oregonians. We have merely traded our physical axes for digital ones. We still have the same relationship with the environment. In the 1880s, we worried about the forest fire. In the 2020s, we worry about the server farm overheating. In the 1850s, we were isolated by the mud. In the 2020s, we are isolated by our home offices, where we participate in video conferences while wearing a professional shirt and no pants. A modern version of the webfoot indifference to social convention. A bedtime reflection on the dancing line. As you settle into the quiet of the night, think of the tiny, invisible world of the Silicon Forest. Think of the billions of electrons zipping through the microchips in your phone, your computer, and the very light bulb above your head. They are moving with a speed that defies the imagination, and yet they are all being managed by devices built in a rainy valley by people in bunny suits. The forest is quiet tonight. The oscilloscopes at Tektronix are showing steady, peaceful lines. The clean rooms at Intel are silent, their filters humming in a perfect, sterilized rhythm. The Sunset Highway is empty. The commuters are all home, and the Subarus are tucked into their garages. The world of the digital puddle is a peaceful one. You don't have to worry about the blue screen of death or the system update tonight. Your own operating system is winding down. Your hard drive is full of the memories of the day, and it's time to put them into long-term storage. Close your eyes. Imagine the green, dancing line on an old Tektronix screen. It is a slow, steady pulse, up and down, up and down. It is the heartbeat of the modern world, but it is also a lullaby. It is a rhythmic reminder that everything is in its place, that the circuits are closed, and that the power is holding steady. You are drifting now away from the wires, away from the screens, and back into the soft, mossy quiet of the original forest. There are no bunny suits here. There are no clean rooms. There is only the cool, damp air and the smell of the pine needles. Listen to the silence of the silicon forest. It isn't the silence of an empty room. It's the silence of a job well done. The electrons are at rest. The code is written. The world is safe in its cloud. Sleep now, user. The restart can wait until morning. As the night is a wide-open desktop with no icons, no alerts, and no interruptions. Just you and the quiet and the deep, dark green of an Oregon night. Good night. And may your dreams be as sharp as a high-definition screen and as peaceful as a valley that has finally found a way to stay dry. Chapter 18. Keep Portland. Weird. An exhausting civic mandate. In the natural evolution of a city, there usually comes a time when the inhabitants decide they no longer wish to be known for something as mundane as industry or geography. Portland, having already exhausted the titles of Stumptown, the City of Roses, and the place where your wagon axle breaks, eventually settled upon a new identity in the early 21st century. They decided to be weird. Now, weird is a slippery word. In the old days, being weird was something that happened to you by accident. It was the result of spending too much time alone in a cabin with a distracted goat, or perhaps reading too much Swedenborg by the light of a tallow candle. But in modern Portland, weirdness was transformed from a personality defect into a civic obligation. It became a trademarked slogan, a marketing campaign, and a full-time job for several thousand people who otherwise would have been very productive baristas. The grand larceny of the slogan. The first thing a student of Oregon history must realize about the slogan, "Keep Portland Weird," is that it is a piece of stolen property. It was originally "Keep Austin Weird," a sentiment birthed in Texas to protect local businesses from the encroaching blandness of the shopping mall. Portland, in a fit of creative kleptomania that would have made a Barbary pirate blush, looked at the Texas slogan and said, "That's a nice bit of branding. We'll take it, but we'll add more rain and significantly more artisanal pickles." It is the ultimate irony. A city that prides itself on originality founded its modern identity on a slogan it pinched from a town 1,200 miles away. It's as if a man tried to prove his individuality by wearing a hat he stole from his neighbor's coat rack. The icons of the effort, bagpipes and sugar. Once the mandate was issued, the people of Portland felt a desperate need to provide evidence of their eccentricity. They needed icons. They needed spectacles. They needed a reason for a tourist from Ohio to say, "My word, Gladys, did you see that man in the Darth Vader mask?" Enter the Unipiper. If you have ever walked through the streets of Portland, you may have encountered a gentleman riding a unicycle, dressed as a Sith Lord, playing bagpipes that, I kid you not, shoot literal flames into the damp Oregon air. To a rational observer, this is a cry for help. To a Portlander, this is a public service. The Unipiper represents the high water mark of the effort. Imagine the preparation involved, the balancing of the wheel, the tuning of the pipes, the fueling of the flamethrower, and the donning of the heavy plastic helmet, all to remind people that the city is alternative. It is an exhausting amount of work to perform for the sake of being random. I have seen men in the 1850s work less hard to clear a 40-acre forest than the Unipiper works to cross a single intersection. Then, of course, there is Voodoo Donut. This is an establishment where the primary product is a piece of fried dough covered in breakfast cereal bacon or a level of frosting that would cause a diabetic to faint from a distance of 50 paces. The weirdness here lies not in the donut itself, which is essentially a sugar bomb disguised as a pastry, but in the line. People will stand in a Portland rainstorm for 45 minutes, their flannel shirts soaking up the Pacific mist, just to buy a donut that looks like a voodoo doll. They stand there with a grim, determined sense of duty. I am being weird, their eyes seem to say. I am participating in the culture. My feet are cold, my hair is flat, and I am about to eat a donut covered in Fruit Loops. God bless the Republic. The naked bike ride, chafing for the environment. No discussion of the Portland mandate would be complete without the World Naked Bike Ride. Once a year, thousands of citizens strip down to their birthday suits, mount their bicycles, and pedal through the city streets. The stated goal is to protest oil dependency and vulnerability, but I suspect the actual goal is to see how much one can offend a tourist from Iowa, while simultaneously suffering from the worst case of seat chafing in human history. There is something quintessentially Portland about a mass of nude people cycling through a city where it might start raining at any moment. It is a spectacle of pious immodesty. They aren't just naked, they are naked for a cause. They are weird for the planet. I reckon that if you asked a 19th century pioneer, see Chapter 6, about the concept of a naked bike ride, he would have sat down in the mud and wept. He spent his whole life trying to acquire enough clothes to stay warm. The idea of voluntarily removing them to ride a two-wheeled contraption would have struck him as a form of divine madness. The gentrification of the odd. The tragedy of the Keep Portland Weird movement is that weirdness is a terrible neighbor for real estate. As the city became famous for its eccentricities, it became a destination for people with a great deal of money and a desire to live near the weirdness without necessarily being weird themselves. Soon, the dreadlocked anarchist was replaced by the software executive with a managed beard. The communal art space was torn down to build luxury apartments with an industrial chic aesthetic. The weird was packaged, polished, and sold back to the public at a 400% markup. It is a peculiar thing to see a city fight so hard to stay alternative, while its rents become so high that the only people who can afford to live there are the very mainstream muttonheads. The slogan was meant to keep out. Portland became a place where you could buy a Keep Portland Weird t-shirt for $30 in a shop that used to be a local hardware store, but is now a curated lifestyle boutique. The weirdness didn't die, it just became expensive. The exhaustion of the alternative. By the second decade of the 21st century, the people of Portland began to look tired. Being weird is an endurance sport. You have to stay updated on which coffee beans are ethical, which bands are too popular, and which type of vintage typewriter is the most authentic. You have to maintain a craft hobby. Perhaps you make your own salt, or you knit sweaters for rescue chickens, or you produce a podcast about the history of the stapler. You have to care about everything with a passionate, soul-crushing intensity. I have walked the streets of Portland and seen the eyes of the young people, They aren't the eyes of the carefree, they are the eyes of the burdened. They are weighed down by the necessity of being unconventional. They are terrified that someone might catch them doing something normal, like buying a loaf of bread that isn't sourdough or enjoying a movie that wasn't filmed in black and white with subtitles. A bedtime reflection on the peace of the ordinary. As you settle into your pillow, far from the flames of the unipiper and the sugar crust of the voodoo donut, let the exhausting mandate lift from your shoulders. You are under no obligation to be weird tonight. You don't have to be alternative. You don't have to be curated. Think of the quiet, boring parts of Oregon. Think of a wheat field in Umatilla County where the only thing happening is the wind moving through the stalks. Think of a quiet street in a town that has never had a slogan. There are no unicycles there. There are no naked bike rides. There is just the long, slow, and wonderfully mainstream passage of time. Portland is still out there, of course, trying very hard to be strange in the dark. But you are here, in the comfort of the normal. There is a profound beauty in being boring. There is a luxury in having a bed that is just a bed, not a reclaimed cedar sleeping platform. Listen to the silence of your room. It is a standard silence, a traditional silence, an unhip silence, and it is glorious. The Weirdness Committee has adjourned for the night. The Unipiper has put away his Darth Vader mask. The lines at the donut shop have finally thinned out. The city is asleep, and for a few brief hours, even Portland is perfectly, wonderfully ordinary. Close your eyes. Imagine yourself floating on a calm lake in the Cascades. The water is still. The trees are just trees. The sky is just gray. You don't have to have a take on it. You don't have to post a picture of it. You just have to be in it. You are drifting now, away from the spectacle, away from the performance, and into the deep, dark, and delightfully common world of sleep. It is a place where everyone is the same, where there are no subcultures, and where the only trend is the steady rhythmic breathing of a soul at rest. Sleep now, citizen of the unweird. The mandate is over, the pressure is off, and the morning is a wide open space where you can be as boring as you like. Good night, and may your dreams be as simple as a piece of plain toast and as peaceful as a city that has finally stopped trying to impress itself. Chapter 19. Micro Brews, Turning Rainwater into Artisanal Gold. I have long maintained the belief that man is the only creature on this terrestrial ball capable of looking at a perfectly clear, refreshing stream of water and thinking, this is fine, I suppose, but it would be significantly better if it tasted like a liquefied pine tree and cost $7 a pint. In Oregon, this particular brand of madness has been elevated from a mere hobby to a state-sanctioned religion. For the better part of a century, the American brewing industry was a desert of yellow water, a substance brewed in massive, characterless vats in the Midwest and sold to the masses as refreshing. It was a liquid that possessed the flavor profile of a damp newspaper and the soul of a corporate ledger. But in the 1980s, a few Oregonian rebels, perhaps driven to desperation by the relentless gray sky, see Chapter 1, decided that if they were going to be perpetually wet on the outside, they might as well be delightfully fermented on the inside. Thus began the microbrewery revolution, a movement that turned the Willamette Valley into Beervana and the average Oregonian into a self-appointed professor of foam. The Great Hop Obsession. To understand the Oregon microbrew, you must first understand the hop. In the rest of the world, a hop is a delicate flower used to provide a subtle balance to the sweetness of the malt. In Oregon, the hop is treated with a reverence usually reserved for the Holy Grail or a particularly well-aged Douglas fir. Oregonians do not want subtle. They want their beer to possess the structural integrity of a brick wall and the flavor of a forest fire. This led to the rise of the India Pale Ale, IPA, a style of beer that was originally designed to survive a voyage to India, but which in Oregon was redesigned to survive a nuclear winter. The goal of the Oregon brewer was to achieve the highest possible IBU, International Bitterness Units. It became a sort of liquid arms race. One brewery would release a beer that tasted like grapefruit and quinine. The next would release one that tasted like a mouthful of copper pennies and cedar shavings. I have seen men in Portland taverns sip a liquid that was so bitter it caused their facial features to collapse inward. Yet they would nod with a grim scholarly satisfaction and say, "The finish is remarkably clean, don't you think?" The brewery as a civic temple. In most civilized societies, a business is a place where you exchange money for a product and then leave. In Oregon, a brew pub is a community center, a daycare, a library, and a cathedral all rolled into one. The architecture of the Oregon brew pub is a fascinating study in industrial despair. The standard aesthetic involves an old warehouse with a concrete floor, exposed pipes that haven't been dusted since the Reagan administration, and benches made from reclaimed wood that is guaranteed to provide at least 3 splinters per sitting. You will find families there, actual families with toddlers and golden retrievers, sitting in a drafty garage, shouting over the roar of the brewing vats, while they sample a flight of beers. A flight is a collection of small glasses that allow you to become disappointed in 6 different flavors simultaneously. It is a ritual of high-stakes tasting, where one must comment on the mouthfeel, the lacing, and the head retention with the solemnity of a man testifying before a grand jury. The alchemy of the rainwater. The secret ingredient in Oregon beer is, of course, the rain. As we have established in previous chapters, Oregon possesses a surplus of water that the rest of the world considers an environmental hazard. The brewers realized that if they filtered this water through enough hops and marketing, they could sell it for a price that would make a jeweler blush. They began to experiment with everything the landscape provided. I have heard of autumnal stouts brewed with pumpkins that were roasted over a fire of old hiking boots. I have seen summer ales infused with marionberries, lavender, and the collective tears of disappointed hikers whose trips were rained out. There is no substance on earth, be it coffee, chocolate, chili peppers, or sea salt, that an Oregon brewer will not attempt to force into a keg. It is a form of liquid alchemy. They take the damp, gray misery of a February afternoon and transform it into a nitro-infused chocolate orange imperial porter. It is a way of drinking the landscape, which is a lovely sentiment, until you realize that the landscape occasionally tastes like a wet dog and a burnt log. The cicerone and the death of the simple pint. With the rise of the microbrew came the rise of the beer expert. In the old days, you walked into a bar and asked for a beer. The bartender would give you a glass of cold yellow liquid, and you would drink it. It was a simple, honest transaction. In modern Oregon, asking for a beer is the beginning of a 45-minute interrogation. The server, who usually has a beard that could house a family of squirrels and a tattoo of a hop vine on his neck, will ask you a series of increasingly personal questions. Are you looking for something sessionable? Do you prefer a hazy profile or a West Coast finish? Are you in the mood for a lacto-fermented sour with the notes of wet hay and blue cheese? Or would you prefer a bourbon barrel-aged stout that has the consistency of used motor oil? You cannot just be thirsty, you must be curated. You must have an opinion on the specific strain of yeast used in the fermentation. You must know the difference between dry hopping and kettle hopping. It is an exhausting amount of knowledge to acquire just to enjoy a beverage, but such is the price of living in Beervana, the microbrewery as the new homestead. There is a direct line from the pioneers of the 1850s to the brewers of today. Both are groups of people who were dissatisfied with the mainstream and decided to go into the wilderness to build something with their own hands. The only difference is that the pioneer built a cabin to survive the winter, while the brewer builds a tasting room to survive the weekend. Every small town in Oregon now has its own brewery. Whether you are in the high desert of Bend, the foggy coast of Astoria, or the muddy valleys of the Willamette, you will find a man in a flannel shirt standing over a bubbling vat of wort, dreaming of a best-in-show ribbon at the Great American Beer Festival. It is the final frontier of Oregonian independence. We don't need the big corporations in St. Louis or Milwaukee. We have our own rain, our own hops, and our own profound tolerance for bitterness. We have turned our environmental handicaps into a global brand, proving once and for all that if you give an Oregonian enough water, he will eventually find a way to make it interesting. A bedtime benediction for the fermented. As you settle into the quiet of the night, let the frantic energy of the tasting room fade into the distance. The IBU wars are over for the evening. The kegs have been tapped, the flights have been finished, and the bearded servers have all gone home to dream of new ways to use a blackberry. Think of the brewery at night. It is a quiet, rhythmic place. The fermenters are standing like tall, silver sentinels in the dark, their contents bubbling softly, glug, 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 as the yeast does its silent, ancient work. It is the sound of transformation. It is the sound of the rain becoming something more. Imagine the scent of the brewery, the warm, sweet smell of toasted grain, and the sharp, piney aroma of the hops. It is a comforting smell, a heavy smell, a smell that speaks of hearth and home and the end of a long day's labor. You are like the beer now. You are settling. The sediment of your worries is falling to the bottom. The clarity of sleep is rising to the top. You have been brewed by the events of the day, and now it is time for the aging process to begin. Close your eyes. Listen to the steady, rhythmic breathing of the world. It is the sound of the Willamette River flowing past the warehouses. It is the sound of the wind moving through the hop yards of Yakima and Marion County. The earth is a giant vessel, and we are all just part of the batch. You don't have to have an opinion on the mouthfeel of the night. You don't have to judge the lacing of the moon against the clouds. You just have to be the liquid, You just have to drift in the dark, cool, and perfectly fermented silence. The tasting room of your mind is closing its doors. The lights are being dimmed. The chairs are being put on the tables. Everything is clean. Everything is quiet. And everything is exactly as it should be. Sleep now, inhabitant of Beaver. The rain is still falling, but it is no longer just water. It is the promise of the next pint. It is the fuel of the forest. And it is the most perfect lullaby ever composed by a gray and heavy sky. Good night, and may your dreams be as smooth as a well-aged lager and as deep as a barrel of imperial stout. Chapter 20. The Oregon Spirit, a permanent state of mild dampness. We have reached the end of our soggy trek through the annals of Oregonian history, a journey that began in a puddle and, quite fittingly, ends in a slightly larger, more established puddle. I reckon, if you have followed this narrative from the first deerskin-clad explorer to the last hop-crazed microbrewer, you have begun to realize that Oregon is not merely a collection of coordinates on a map. It is not a state in the political sense, though it has its share of politicians who are as confused as any you'd find in Washington. No, Oregon is a condition. It is a specific biological and psychological adjustment to the reality of permanent atmospheric irrigation. It is the only place in the world where a man will look at a sky the color of a wet sidewalk and declare it a bit bright out today. To understand the Oregon spirit, one must understand that the inhabitants here do not live in the environment. They have been colonized by it. The Anti-Umbrella Manifesto, a social necessity. I have observed that the most reliable way to identify a true Oregonian is to watch him during a torrential downpour. In any other civilized society, say New York or London, a person faced with a deluge will immediately deploy a mechanical shield known as an umbrella. This is a sensible, logical, and thoroughly non-Oregonian response. In Oregon, the umbrella is viewed with a suspicion, usually reserved for tax collectors and people who don't recycle their glass. To carry an umbrella in Portland or Eugene is to announce to the world that you are a coward. It is a signal that you lack the moral fiber to accept the sky's gift of liquid sunshine. The Oregonian spirit dictates that one must walk through the rain with a casual, almost insulting indifference. They wear hoods, yes. They wear Gore-Tex, a fabric designed by scientists who clearly spent too much time thinking about sweat, but they will never, under any circumstances, admit that the water is a problem. I have seen Oregonians standing on a street corner, water cascading off their noses in miniature waterfalls, engaged in a 20-minute conversation about the price of organic kale, never once acknowledging that they are currently being dissolved. It is a form of passive-aggressive defiance against the very laws of physics. The visit, but don't stay doctrine. We must also discuss the Oregonian's relationship with his fellow man, specifically the fellow man who resides to the south, in that sun-scorched, neon-lit wasteland known as California. In the 1970s, Governor Tom McCall, a man of immense wit and even greater foresight, issued a decree that became the unofficial motto of the state. He told the world, "Come visit us again and again, but for heaven's sake, don't come here to live." This is the bedrock of the Oregon spirit, a deep-seated territorial grumpiness fueled by the fear that someone might find out how nice it is once you get used to the mold and decide to bring their ideas and their traffic along with them. The Oregonian loves his solitude. He moved here specifically so he could be 3 miles away from his neighbor, and the idea of growth strikes him as a personal affront. When a new resident arrives from California, the Oregonian welcomes them with a specific type of hospitality that is about as warm as a January fog. They will be polite, certainly, but they will spend every conversation reminding the newcomer that it used to be better 10 years ago, and that the rain usually lasts until August, you know. It is a psychological war of attrition, designed to break the will of anyone who expects the sun to behave itself. The philosophy of gray, an aesthetic of the understated. While the rest of the Union is obsessed with brightness, vibrancy, and saturation, the Oregon spirit is a master of the monochrome. I reckon that if you were to ask an Oregonian to describe the most beautiful day of his life, he would describe a Tuesday in March, where the clouds were particularly heavy, and the trees were a shade of green that looked like they were being viewed through a cataract. This appreciation for the understated extends to everything. Oregonians don't brag. They engage in humble bragging as an Olympic sport. A man won't tell you he's rich. He'll tell you he managed to fix his own deck using only reclaimed cedar and a hammer he inherited from a pioneer. A woman won't tell you she's a world-class chef. She'll mention, quite casually, that she foraged the mushrooms in your soup while dodging a bear in the Cascades. It is a culture that values authenticity over appearance. If a man shows up to a wedding in a clean flannel shirt and a pair of boots that have been recently hosed off, he is considered dressed to the nines. To wear a tie in Oregon is to suggest that you are either a lawyer or someone who is about to be arrested. The spirit is one of rugged, unwashed independence, a belief that if the world is going to be messy and damp, you might as well look the part. The Oregonian yes, a reluctant agreement. Finally, we must consider the peculiar nature of the Oregonian yes. In other states, a yes is a commitment. In Oregon, a yes is a conditional possibility that depends entirely on the current level of humidity. Would you like to go for a hike tomorrow? Yes, provided the fog isn't chunky and the mud hasn't reached the knee level. The Oregonian is a creature of the elements. His spirit is tied to the barometer. When the sun does finally emerge, that rare golden orb that the elders speak of in hushed tones, the Oregonian doesn't know what to do with himself. He panics. He starts squinting. He searches for a sweater to hide in. He is a creature of the shade, a lover of the drizzle, a poet of the puddle. A final benediction for the weary reader. And so, my friend, the book is closed. We have waded through the history of the webfoot, from the dysentery of the trail to the hops of the brewery. We have seen whales explode and gurus depart. We have seen the forest fall and the silicon rise. As you lie there now, let the Oregon spirit settle over you like a heavy wool blanket that has been left out on the porch for just a little too long. It is a comfortable weight. It is a cooling weight. It is the weight of a history that doesn't need to shout to be understood. Think of the state tonight. It is out there in the dark, a vast green dripping kingdom. The rain is falling on the dunes of Florence. It is misting over the streets of Portland. It is soaking into the sagebrush of the high desert. The owls are calling from the firs, and the salmon are resting in the pools, and the beavers are gnawing in the moonlight. The big dark has arrived, but it is not a scary darkness. It is a protective one. It is the gray quilt that God draws over the Northwest to ensure that we all get a bit of peace and quiet. You don't have to be a pioneer tonight. You don't have to be a lumberjack or a software engineer or a man on a unicycle. You are just a soul in a bed, and your own Oregon Trail has reached its destination for the evening. Listen to the silence. It isn't a dry, empty silence. It's a lush, liquid silence. It's the sound of the moss growing. It's the sound of the earth drinking its fill. It's the sound of 1,000 generations of Oregonians who have looked at the clouds and decided that, all things considered, they'd rather be here than anywhere else. Close your eyes. Imagine the mist rising off the Willamette River. It is soft, it is slow, and it is moving toward you. Let it wrap around your thoughts. Let it muffle the noise of the world. Everything is damp, everything is still, and everything is exactly as it was meant to be. The sun will not bother you tonight. The dust will not find you. There are no umbrellas allowed in this dream, just the rain and the green and the deep, dark comfort of a land that knows how to sleep. Sleep now, Webfoot. The journey is over, the claim is staked, and the morning will probably be a bit overcast. Good night, and may your dreams be as eternal and as peaceful as an Oregon rain. The End. By Mark Twain.